welcome.
How'd you turn off the music? It's so pretty.
Because we're about to dive into something a little bit different. So, before we get started this evening, I would like to thank a few people, one of whom you will see their handiwork momentarily. Folks we'd like to thank for all of our character artwork, Ben Draws Art, for
Ben Draws
music.
Life, I believe.
Ben Draws Life, sorry.
Yes.
It's I think the
yeah, there's yes.
Anyhow.
Yes, yeah.
There was something you wanted to add, Katie. Who was that?
Oh, I said we want to thank Ben Draws Life for making all the gorgeous character artwork.
Stunning.
We also want to thank OBP Musical Productions for making the dope-ass theme song, as well as giving us permission to use any of their other work in the campaign, which we are figuring out how we're going to do that. But if you hear music probably after today, it will very likely be something that they have produced. And then also I gotta shout out Mercury Dice, aka Erica, who you might know as Volda, for making me an entire set of AP. You can't fucking see them. I posted pictures of them on Twitter. They are fantastic. They are wonderful. If you need new dice, Mercury Dice has got you covered. I didn't get paid for this. In fact, I paid for these dice, but I still say go to Erica and get dice because she's great.
Doing that.
Will we be able to buy a set? That is a
are from her.
Yes, yeah. So will you be able to buy a set? Maybe. Probably right now there are 5 sets that will have been made, but I actually, that's something I have on my agenda, is to go talk to Erica and be like, hey, what if other people want to get these? So put a pin in that, but know it is in my brain somewhere. Yeah, of AP specifically, yes, because she has those molds that she made for the AP branded dice. Yes, yeah, they're cool. They're so cool. I'm genuinely. They also came with a little turtle that holds my D20. You again can't really see, but he's so cute, and he's like a little D20 holder, and a necklace that has a D20 shaped little jewel at the end, and a bunch of stickers. So, I mean, really, you're buying dice, but you're buying a lot of other things.
One sticker for every class and the DM.
Yes.
Which is, hey, as a DM, it's nice to not be left out.
Yes.
Wonderful. So, before we dive in, I'd like to introduce you all to the theme song for the world of Mitra.
I love that so much.
I could never have written that, so hey, amazing. Truly, truly incredible stuff. It didn't feel real until this afternoon. Like none of this really felt real until this afternoon when I heard that for the first time and was totally taken by surprise. They're amazing. They do great stuff. But we're not just here to talk about music. We are here on the eastern continent of Mitra, known as Arhur. Arhur is a continent characterized by a number of powerful city-states and kingdoms, each vying for control and influence over the others. The land itself is plentiful with resources and space for more than anyone in this population could ever want. But unfortunately is also beset by a not insignificant amount of conflict between the various nations and also within them. At the heart of Arhur's politics is a system of oppressive capitalism, in which a small group of wealthy merchants, industrialists hold a lot of power and influence. The ordinary folks tend to live, not always, but tend to live in a fair degree of poverty and hardship that accompanies that. Because Mitra is a world that is so magical and sort of in the throes of an industrial revolution, it's not unheard of to work many, many long hours in dangerous conditions, whether it be in mines, factories, ether processing plants. But we're not talking about the entire continent right now. We are talking about the city of Galza in the kingdom of Hagodia, which is in the southern end of the continent. I just blanked on the word continent for a second there. Is the capital city, and it is immense, surrounded on all sides by massive walls and with an enormous port, which serves as one of the first and arguably one of the most important points on the trade routes between the two continents. It is home to many thousands of people, and we're going to talk about 3 of them tonight. Does anyone want to volunteer to go first as we talk about our characters? Katie's mouth is moving. There's no sound coming out.
I can go first.
Yeah.
What is it that you would like to know?
I would love to know maybe a little bit of like what you're doing.
Sure.
We dive in over a large quay with an immense number of ships, seagulls squawking, probably fighting over bread. The shouts and hustle and bustle of an immense port that is constantly full of massive trading vessels, small fishing ships. And we move our way up, a little bit away from the water. The air is still clear and crisp. It's a beautiful fall afternoon. A nice cool breeze comes in off the water, and we find ourselves in one of the entire city blocks dedicated to education. This in particular, I believe, is the Crest Biblioteca, which is where we find our friend Azad, currently hard at work. Why? Who are you and why are you here?
Sure. So Azad Sen, she is in her late 20s. She has medium length, dark hair, pinned straight with natural highlights of gold that run through it. Tan skin, rather muscular. She wears some combination of traditional Akkadian clothing, which is generally loose-fitting, flowing, whether it be tunics or robes or pants, usually in the colors of white, gold, with some accents of greens or blues. The thing that is the most outstanding about her, the thing that sets her apart from maybe the other folks in the library at this moment in time, is her eyes are a full neon green. There are no pupils, and they glow and emit a small amount of smoke and flame, especially when she is emotional or frustrated or angry. Azad is currently sitting here poring over so many different types of books. She has a stack on her right that is mostly just newspapers and financial documents, and essentially whatever the equivalent of the Wall Street Journal would be in this world.
Mhm.
So very much business focused. Looking into the Fortune 500 companies, whatever they might be called. And then the other side of her, to her left, it's another stack of books. These tomes are a bit older, and they are all about the most intense magic that has been seen in this world. And she, moderator for our Wall Street bets, exactly. And she is here for really one purpose, despite the split stack of literature in front of her. There is a person who she is married to, unfortunately. Would like it to be in the past tense, but because of the way that things have shaken out in this life, this is still her current husband, who she's got a bone to pick with. And right now she has essentially dedicated her life, and we will get into sort of all of the whys in a moment, but to either becoming so powerful that she can take him on, or to finding something somewhere that he had slipped up in his business dealings so that she could take the legal route to go after him. She has spent about 6 months doing this in a variety of libraries. And I don't know, I'd say about 2 months into those 6 months, she found a companion to go tome diving with her and to travel around and just read and catalog and research. And I imagine that companion is probably close by. And I don't know if there's anything else you would like me to say, DM, but I think that's probably a good segue into...
It is a great segue. I would love for you to just make me, let's go with the first roll of our campaign. I would love for you to do just a quick investigation check. Let's see how much progress you've been making over the last couple of months.
Okay, come on, Erica's dice, don't fuck me. Okay. 13?
13? It's not the worst. The thing that you run into a lot, and this has happened at a number of libraries now, is that in a world where everyone is sort of inherently at least a little bit magical, the research that you're doing of how to negate someone's magic or how to deal with a particularly powerful magic user that's information that draws attention, right? Because that indicates that you have a bone to pick, and it's probably not something that you're necessarily most satisfied with sorting out by just, bandying words back and forth. You've had to do a lot of your research sort of on the sly. And the issue that you keep running into is that it is really hard to get access to the really good stuff. All the books that contain that kind of information are books that were written a couple of 100 years ago when, of course there are still conflicts now, but when things were much more tumultuous, borders were still being fought over and established. And that is still the case on a much smaller scale, but the really massive conflicts that had previously sort of colored a lot of the history have mostly settled down. And while there were a lot of books written on how to deal with various magic users that tended to hail from various places, those have primarily been locked up in places that the average person doesn't have access to, for good reason. So you found some interesting info, but I don't know that you found exactly what it is that you're looking for yet.
I think as I sort of find, like pieces that I find interesting. Instead of highlighting the information, what I do is I pass the page over to my companion, and I ask them to catalog. They're sort of my, I would say living, but unclear if they are living, but my animate highlighter that is just sort of helping me catalog the information that it seems like it might have some sort of relevance.
As the book is passed over and passes through a shaft of light that comes through one of the many very large windows, illuminating the even larger amount of dust that is wafting through the air as you go through some tomes that have probably not been opened in 50 or 60 years, we shift our focus to Patchwork. Who and or what is or are Patchwork?
Or why
Or when?
is Patchwork? Okay. I guess what we see, accepting this tome, is one golden mechanical arm and one wooden twig arm. And these arms pull in the book to a small monodrone, a modron of Mechanus, who beholds the book, reads through it, and then gingerly sets it down. And then proceeds to pick up what they were previously cataloging, which was a book of local poems about the area.
I do think that these are like children's poems from a recent poetry like contest. Would it be reasonable to suggest that the reason that that Patchwork is categorizing these or cataloging these is because the sort of humor and perspective that children bring to poetry and the world around them is intriguing?
We simply know that this is new information from new members of this society.
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, I think with you being sort of this, even as big of a city as Galza is, you are a bit of an oddity. And I think that there are probably a couple of children who have like come into the library when they saw you guys come in and have like kind of tracked you down and are just sort of like peeking their little heads out from behind a nearby stack. Not saying anything, but you do hear like the occasional whispers as you parse through the various tomes. What is your timeline here? Are you guys planning on spending the whole day? Do you want to like go chat with these poor children who would probably be terrified but might be also very excited? Like, what's the plan? What's the vibe? What are you guys doing?
Azad very much plans to spend every waking moment in search of knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
Because she doesn't. What else would she do if she wasn't here? So I think Azad is really, she's got like a couple different bags on the chair next to her with like some snacks and some water, maybe even a book for when she wants to take a little bit of a brain break. But she is very much posted up for however long. But I think at the same time, if she notices the children, and if Patchwork is either willfully choosing to be ignorant or...
Patchwork, upon hearing the giggles of children, as they sort of hide and scamper, has noticed, has heard. We are aware, and we catch one of them in eye contact, and then very gently like pull out a couple hammers and like tinkle a little on this little dulcimer that has been fused to Patchwork's stomach, just like a little like boom boom bim boom 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 boom. Brrrr.
Could you make a performance check?
I would love.
Like,
Dearly
Yeah.
would
I mean-
would love that.
Also worth noting, you are at a library, so you know.
Awesome sauce. Here we go. That's gonna be a 6 for Patchwork.
6. The tune is beautiful. I think that what you were going for was sort of a more gentle sound that would kind of, dissipate amongst the stacks. It ends up being maybe a little bit louder than you initially expected. You see the children. There's just 2 of them. They look like they might be related, but you can see that they like. You can see their eyes crinkle up around the corners as they like smile, although they're not fully showing themselves, and you can hear some giggling. But then you also hear the click of heels moving rapidly towards you. And you both turn to see a tall, stern-looking half-orc with tiny little spectacles perched on her nose. She comes over and she says, excuse me. I'd like to remind you this is a library, and if you could keep the noise down, that would be wonderful.
What noise? I didn't hear anything.
The noise... Make a deception check.
7.
7. She looks at you, and she looks like she's maybe in her like late 60s, although like still pretty built. And her eyes pierce like right into your soul, and you know that she doesn't buy that for a moment. She says, again, noise down. Thank you. If it happens again, I will ask you to leave. And I will be taking your names.
Mm-hmm.
Your real names.
Mm-hmm.
Not the fake one that I know you are currently trying to come up with. Thank you. And she heads back off into the stacks. You hear the click, 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 click of her heels fading into the distance.
I kind of swivel around to face Patchwork, and I get down on their level, and I'm like, I'm not mad at you, but maybe don't do that again.
We were unaware that music was noise.
I can absolutely understand how that might have been mixed up somewhere along the So music, talking, singing, playing instruments, all of that, anything that you can hear, well, that a human could hear with ears, that's noise, okay?
Then why does Library Madam wear such clicky shoes?
Honestly, that's a really good question. So sometimes people are hypocrites, and that's also just part of life. And Library Madam's a hypocrite. You're right. That's not fair. That she gets to wear high heels and you don't get to play your little dulcet tones. That's messed up. I'm totally with you there, babe.
We will endeavor to be more quiet in the future, mistress.
I give her a little pat on the metallic head as if I was going to ruffle hair, but there's no hair to be ruffled. I'm like, thank you, Patchwork. I appreciate that. And sort of go back into the cataloging and what I was doing.
Probably right around this moment, Patchwork, you feel a small finger sort of tap you a couple times, and you're dink, dink, dink from your side.
Greetings, small human.
Hi. I drew this. It's you.
And you see okay. This kid is not a particularly talented artist, but you do see what appears to be a very crude rendering of Patchwork.
Oh.
If you want it, you could have it.
We're unsure how to catalog ourselves, but we find that this cataloging is adequate.
Say thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Here you go. Bye.
And sort of scurries back around the corner, and you hear whispering with what appears to be his older sister as they sort of dissect the interaction that they just had with you.
Patchwork pulls out their sketch pad
Mhm.
and they start drawing a sketch of the children to catalog them. They cataloged Patchwork. We must catalog events in our existence on our march.
Absolutely. And the curiosity of children is, I guess I'm actually a little bit curious, Patchwork. The curiosity of children, how does that, as somebody whose purpose is sort of one very much of taking stock of the world around you and cataloging these things, how do you feel about children and their, I think, innate curiosity, which sort of matches yours but comes from a very different place?
As Patchwork is drawing these children, Patchwork notes that the smaller the humanoid is, the lighter they move through their existence. It is fascinating to watch the weight of knowledge pull, ground, as these things we observe get bigger.
An interesting contrast to the person sitting beside you who is neck deep in books and knowledge, which is really her sole focus at this point in time. As you two are sitting here, you notice it's sort of an unusual thing, although not terribly so, but because it's heading directly for you, it appears to be a little bit maybe more pertinent. An envelope with red lettering that you can't read from here appears to be drifting towards you, although it remains very steady in its movement. After 30 seconds or so, it finally reaches you, not moving particularly fast, and you see just the wispy outlines of an unseen servant of sorts, holding an envelope that is addressed Azad and Patchwork.
I grab the envelope, kind of try to nod at the servant, although I'm not actually sure if I'm nodding in the exact right direction to say thank you.
It appears to dissipate upon handing off the envelope and completing its task.
So unnerving. And then before I open it, just because at this point in my life I am wary, I would like to essentially take a look at the envelope, make sure that there's no curse inside or poison or whatever. What can I gauge to see how safe or unsafe this appears to be to open?
Absolutely. So in flipping over and sort of examining this envelope, you notice on the backside that there is a big blot of golden ink with a ring pressed into it with a seal that you recognize. This is the seal of the Russo family. It's your contact here in Galtza from when you came over from Acadia. It typically he'll send like an actual person to come get you. It's a little bit odd to send a letter, but you do know who it's from.
Great. Yep. No, exactly the person that I am just dying to see right now. Sure. And I open it up.
Sure. As you open it up and begin to read, we are going to whisk you away out of the library and off to a very different part of town, a little bit more residential, to maybe the second or third story of an older stone building. And inside this building, we see a young woman hard at work in a workshop that is just covered in bits and bobs, odds and ends. I imagine probably a fair number of half-finished projects. Things that are started, discarded, etc. I'm sure just blueprints sort of tacked to the walls that have been like scribbled over, a trash can overflowing with crumpled pieces of parchment that have, various drawings, ideas, quick notes to yourself, that sort of thing. But who do we find here in this workshop?
So Rev she's wearing her very standard, just, it was black. It has been washed so many times. It is closer to a faded light purple, dark purple, light gray-ish jumpsuit. What season are we in?
It's early fall.
Okay.
Yeah.
If it's a warm day, she's kind of probably got it stripped to her shoulders and tied, and she's just got like a basic black tank on. And so with that, you can kind of see the teal tattoos curly cueing their way up her arms. And as she gets frustrated at whatever she's working on, and pulls herself from elbow deep within whatever, no one knows what it is. It's just like this big giant thing that has a lot of stuff in it. And honestly, she doesn't even know what it's going to be anymore at this point, because she's started to put so many different things in and has changed this project so many times. But she's sure it's going to work. And as she gets frustrated with it and scrapes her hands through her kind of wavy black hair to pull her hair up into a bun, you can kind of see that those curly cues continue on places in her scalp. And she is muttering to herself and talking to herself. And you can tell from the cup of tea that is discarded off to the side and has gone ice cold, but not been drank at all, that she has been here for a while.
I relate so heavily to that. I have a cup of coffee that has been ice cold for a couple of hours now. Hey.
Oh, I built her from that stuff.
So, Rev, it's been a couple of months now since you graduated, which was a big deal. Yeah, like you. It's been a trek to get here, and I think it's been a bit since you've heard from your patron, from Giovanni. I think, the last time you guys spoke, he was like, hey, look, you just graduated. I know it's really important that you get some time, have a little bit of, like freedom to tinker and to have fun and to not have assignments and whatnot. Keep in touch, obviously. If anything comes up, let me know. But for the most part, you've just sort of been left to your own devices for the last couple of months, and I imagine that's been pretty freeing for you. And I'm kind of curious, how have you been filling your time?
Not well, but also a lot. This is the first time in her life, these couple months are the first chunk of time in her life where she hasn't had a goal. Whether that goal was make enough money to get food or finish this assignment. This is the first time where she's had nothing. And it's weird, and she doesn't know what to do with that. And so the first 2 days were weird. She tried to do things that, like, she thought she was supposed to do. Like, she would go on walks around the city and, like, sit in a park, and then realized very quickly that that is not who she is. And that was not fulfilling. And she did not want to do that. And so basically every day since then, she's been kind of on her own schedule. She doesn't set any sort of routine. She doesn't have to go to class at a certain time. She doesn't have to be in a lab at a certain time. She wakes up and she makes tea that she doesn't drink, and she goes to the workshop, to her workshop. And maybe emerges 7 to 8 to 12 hours later, depending on how the day takes her. And sometimes she's got something to show for it, and sometimes she doesn't. And half the time, if she does, she takes it apart the next day and does something else with it. And it's been a couple months, and she doesn't have a finished project to show for it, because without a goal, she doesn't have anything to focus on. She's got too many things to focus on. She has not kept in touch with her patron at all, because she both doesn't want to bother him and has completely forgotten in this span of time while she's in and out of the workshop that she was supposed to do that. So oops. But he'll find her if he needs her, and she would really love if he needed her, so she had a goal.
It's amazing what freedom after many years of sort of like scrabbling to survive will do. And it's do you think that checking your mailbox is something that you do very often?
Oh, absolutely not. Her landlord probably comes up every month or so and just dumps it all outside her door and pounds on it because it was overflowing and blocking the doorway. Because she also probably doesn't leave very often. She might leave occasionally to get food, but probably not that often.
Okay.
Yeah. And she definitely doesn't think to go check her mailbox.
I had a sneaking suspicion.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, it's interesting that you mentioned your landlord being the person that kind of like eventually gets so tired of the pile of things that he sort of ends up bringing it up to you.
The other tenants have complained, I'm sure.
Oh, definitely.
At all hours, and does she really need a hammer and a welding system up there?
And like, what are those grinding sounds in the middle of the night? Why? Why is that necessary? Yeah, I think probably sometime in the afternoon. I would love if you could just make me a perception check.
All right. That is a 15 for a 21.
Whoa, very perceptive. You hear, I am, correct me if I'm wrong, I imagine that if you heard a like light knock on your door, you might not answer it if you were like fully cool. Yeah. At this point, that light knock has turned into like a heavy fist pounding against your front door.
To an extent, she also thinks if she ignores it, it'll go away. It's worked in the past, and she really doesn't want to be interrupted.
Yeah.
We did in chat. I don't know if Ben, you wanted to keep these redeems in here, but we did have someone cast Bane on Rev for that role.
Played.
I think that for the sake of the storytelling, we will probably remove those for anything outside of like one shots and such.
But we do have to honor it.
We do. You spent the points.
The points got spent.
They did get spent.
We
So
gotta,
go ahead and roll that d4.
I mean, I could take the max off, and I still have a.
You still definitely hear it because they are now pounding on that door.
3. So.
Okay, so that brings us to an 18. Yeah, I mean, you still hear it. I think maybe it's taken an extra minute or so to hear it, and probably a couple of extra minutes to acknowledge it. But you definitely, I mean, eventually it sounds like a small battering ram is being leveled against your front door.
Yeah. I would imagine to an extent her patron has also probably told the landlord that if they don't see her for like 7 days straight, just knock the door down and make sure she's so she knows there's a risk that if she continues to ignore him, he will just come in.
Absolutely. This is probably one of those doors that has like a little peephole.
Yeah.
Are you going to open it, or are you going to like look through to see?
No, I recognize this pounding. He's also probably shouting at this point, and so I recognize it, and we'll just kind of slowly wrench it open all the way. We're not even going to crack it. Peek out. We're just, what do you want?
Standing in front of you is a portly middle-aged dwarf with a big beard who appears to be sweating slightly from the effort of banging on this door for probably 5 or 6 minutes now. And your landlord, Bergen, looks up at you and goes, Rev, I don't know what to tell you. So you haven't been checking your mail. You've got like 7 letters from Giovanni.
You know,
There's one that came today. Here, I'll give you this. The rest, and he sort of stoops down to the side and holds up a like large wooden crate that is just full of. You see at the top, actually, there are 6 other beautifully addressed envelopes on very nice parchment that has been folded. Probably it looks by hand into these envelopes, as well as an assortment. You just like some packages here of things you probably ordered. You purchased them from someone. It's hard to remember all the things. You're talking with so many people. It's like, oh yeah, that thing will arrive eventually, and I'll use it for that other thing that I've been working on for however long. So there's just a bunch of additional packages in here. And he looks at you and is like, listen, I know that Giovanni pays extra to make sure that I take care of you, but really, you should leave the house at least once every couple of days. When is the last time you showered?
I've been welding. There's no point.
Rev, there is a...
So do you and the...
All right, at least let me in. He sort of pushes past you and he sets this box on the table. And he like sort of pinches your shoulders, your arms. He's like, you haven't been eating. I'll send the missus up with dinner later. Can you at least come down for like family supper once a week so we can make sure you get one proper meal?
Fine.
Don't make that face.
Thank you.
That's the appropriate response. You're welcome. I have some food for you. And he goes back out the door and he goes to the side and he pulls out a little bag and he puts it on the table. There's 3 sandwiches, a quart of milk. There's a bunch of different teas. I know you tend to waste it. And he looks at the, like, I would assume, line of undrunk tea. Yeah. I don't know why I bring that to you anymore. Really, though, you should try these. They're great. They help us focus, but they don't keep you from... Well, you don't like the smell?
No, I do.
You
smell and the warm in the morning, and then I just forget to drink it, and then it's cold, and maybe that's what I'll do tomorrow. I could make something that kept it warm, so I could drink it whenever I wanted. And she's gone. Her brain is...
I think that the two of you have had some sort of exchange similar to this.
Yeah.
Every few weeks for the last... I mean, realistically, it's not just... Yeah, right? Like, this is an old thing. He knows. And he sort of... He taps you on the shoulder. And he's like, Rev, hey, I'm going to need you to come back to Earth for a second here. Yeah. So, remember, you've got this letter that you should probably open.
And she'll take it and start popping the seal while he's still talking.
All right, tomorrow, dinner. Expect you there. You don't have to bring anything. Just come by. The wife and the kids will be happy to see you.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
What time?
Dinner time?
6 p.m. I'll just send the kids up to come get you.
Yeah.
I worry about you. You know that.
I'm fine. I promise I'm fine.
Yeah, she says all skin and bones. Look, I know there's like some differences physiologically, but I do. You're real thin. All right.
Oh, look, and she'll pull a sandwich out with one hand and shove it in her face while she's reading the letter from.
Oh, you didn't even chew. Oh God, I worry so much. I know it's good. Rosie's a great cook. Come to dinner, 6 p.m. I'll see you tomorrow.
Okay, tomorrow.
All right. Have a good night, Rev. And he goes, shuts the door behind him. You hear like clunk, clunk, and then like a kids these days. All right. And then you hear him sort of like thump his way down the stairs. mouth full. You see that same seal, golden wax with a big chunky ring pressed into it. It's the Russo family seal. This is your benefactor and patron.
So if I pop and skim the most recent one, if I were to open and skim the other 6, are they all the same?
The general gist is like kind of the same with the. If you want to skim the previous ones, it's generally like, hey, it's been a while. How you doing? Checking in. Do you need anything? I'm gonna send Bergen up to break that door down if you don't respond soon. Sort of the usual, like, he cares, he's checking in, he wants to make sure you're okay. The most recent one, however, is a little bit different.
Okay.
So it starts out, my dearest Rev, I know that you probably haven't seen my previous 6, 7, I've lost count, letters. Don't worry. I know you're busy, and I know that you have a habit of getting into things and sort of forgetting that the rest of the world exists. That's okay. That's why you're good at what you do. I have a favor to ask. Would love if this evening, and you see it is dated with today's date at the top, if sometime this evening you could come by. I have an ask. I don't necessarily want to put it in writing. I hope you remember Azad and Patchwork from one of the mixer functions. I know that you two had spoken elseways, but wanted to confirm I'm inviting them as well. There will be food, so be prepared. I know you probably haven't eaten in the last 3 or 4 days, at least reasonably. Looking forward to seeing you. I hope that your summer of freedom was treating you well. Talk to you soon. Geo.
Well, that could be... Shit, I wonder if Rosie will wash my shirts for me. And she realizes she has no clean clothing. What time is it, roughly?
It's probably 2:30 or 3 in the afternoon. Appropriate work hours, so none of the neighbors have complained recently, at least in the last 4 or 5 hours.
Oh, that's good. Okay. And she's still talking to herself. Living by herself has really gotten to her. Okay, so a couple hours. I could... Damn it. And so she goes and gathers like all her clothing, and she's gonna go to dinner because she doesn't not go when Giovanni asks her to come to things, even if she might not like having to, pretend to be interested in other people's stuff. But she truly does not have any clean clothes, including what she's currently wearing, because as she mentioned, she's been welding. There are soot stains and probably burn marks, and
undoubtedly
probably got some burn marks on her arms. It's fine. That's normal. But yeah, she'll gather up some of her clothing and go to whatever the closest laundromat maybe. So she can just pretend, or like fountain or whatever, that she is presentable for the sake of her patron. My guess is he's given her probably 2 outfits worth of like presentable clothing.
That sounds right.
Specifically slated, you're only allowed to wear these when you come to dinner. You are not allowed to work in these. You are not allowed to not work on things in these. You cannot burn these shirts. And she has not washed them since the last thing, so it's been at least 6 months. So there are 6 months of wrinkles in there. And yeah, they're gonna need some work, and it's probably gonna take all 4 hours till she gets to dinner.
That sounds about right.
Yeah.
So are you're heading out to go and
she'll head out to like, I guess she's gonna have to take a shower, and so she'll find a bathhouse, and she's probably gonna have to find someone to do her clothing, because no way in hell does she know how to fix some of the things. And we'll find out if they still fit.
Hell yeah. As you open the door to leave, you see Bergen right there, fist raised, about to knock on the door again. And you just, oh yeah,
Right.
perfect. Great timing. I was just going to say, I imagine that you've not washed any of your clothes since before graduation.
And she's just gonna hold out her pile.
Yeah, all right, come downstairs. Rosie will feed you. I'll take care of the clothing. She's got some soup she just made. Probably go well with the sandwich, which you have eaten half of. That's great. I guess. Oh, I really do. I do worry. Do you need to?
And the other half in her hand with the clothes.
Yeah. We're gonna set up 2 baths for you. One will be outside. Just a general rinse because you're filthy and I don't want that in my house. And then come inside once you're done, wash up proper, and then in the interim, Rosie will take care of the clothes for you. And don't worry if it needs to be. You've lost weight over the summer. I hate to break it to you, but what we'll do is we'll make sure that we tuck it in a little bit and make sure we'll make sure you look presentable. All right.
Thanks. Yeah.
We'll work on the life skills at some point when you've got maybe some more time and a little bit less interest in just diving headfirst into whatever contraption you're working on. Come on downstairs.
She'll just follow him and finish another half a sandwich.
So you guys go down into he and Rosie and their 6 children live in the first floor of this building. The children are ecstatic to see you. I think that because you're like always covered in dirt and they too are also covered in dirt and grime, I think that they just like see you as like a kid who got like way too big way too quickly, but it's like effectively just like you're just like one of the family. And so the kids are like immediately on you, like,
Rev, what you doing today? I heard the banging from upstairs. What are you working on?
So sorry, I was unprepared for your tiny small child. I'll check. And she'll just start talking to them about it's terms they don't understand, the circus for this and the if I can get the gears to do this and this piece to connect to this piece, I can make sure that this it doesn't get too hot and it won't overheat, but it'll still do this and keep it this, and meanwhile she's just kind of like throwing children around. She's kind of got one flipped upside down and she's swinging the other one around and doesn't care about her clothes, and she doesn't care about getting dirty because she's already covered in grime. So
if anything, actually having these children sort of swarm you has begun to sort of like remove a lot of the like larger chunks of whatever. You've got like soot that's like caked on, like above where your gloves came off, that sort of thing. And you just hear Rosie from the other room, "Now don't go getting all my children dirty. I just washed them."
I didn't do it on purpose, Rosie.
All right, all of you in the backyard. I'm rinsing you all down. And you just see the kids go,
"Oh, Mom."
And sort of like file through the kitchen. As you, I assume, follow the children towards the back.
Yeah, he's just the last of mine. Yep.
just this like this line of small dwarven children, and then like a much taller young woman in. I assume that you're all sort of like walking. You're like that like classic child way of like shoulders forward, head kind of down, like, oh, Mom, fun.
Yeah.
So
I'm totally scared to just get a bucket dumped on her. I've been here before.
This is not your first rodeo.
Not my first rodeo.
Yeah. So the 7 of you trudge through, and you see that Rosie already has all of your clothing in a bucket, like a big wash bin.
Exactly.
She's got the utensils that she's got like the washboard and whatnot. She has like magically animated tools to like wash all of your clothing. So she's got that going. And you see her standing there, and she's like a solid 4 inches taller than Bergen. And she's got just like bright, like flaming red hair that's sort of up in a messy bun. You can see there's like, she's been doing meal prep and whatever else. And she's got her sleeves rolled up. She's like powerful forearms with scars, like big scars on her like knuckles and her forearms. She's wearing just like a thick leather apron, some trousers, and just like a simple like like linen shirt rolled up. And she looks at you and just, unbelievable. You're just like when I'm honestly, Rev, I don't know why you don't just move in down here with the rest of us. It doesn't do you any good to be up there alone. Look at you, your skin and bones, you're covered in dirt. Who? You're gonna give me a heart attack one of these days. Now, come on outside. And she shoos all of you out. She's got like a big wooden ladle in her hand that she wields with like terrifying dexterity. And she sort of like swats all of you out of the house and lines you up, and then begins to douse you with water, which is colder than it could be. And you can see her like grin a little bit as she douses you all, and you hear like,
"Oh, Mom, it's so cold! Stop! What the hell?"
She's like, "What'd you say to me, young man? You watch your tone." And then she sort of like flicks the ladle towards a bunch of like scrub brushes on the side, and all the scrub brushes come out and begin to sort of like get all of like the gunk and dirt off of you guys. We'll fast forward. We'll fast forward through the bathing process because there are 7 of you, all getting the same treatment. And it's like the clothing gets washed, and she sort of like hems it and takes it in a little bit because you have definitely lost a little bit of weight.
I've been busy.
It happens. Yeah, you can't be too busy to eat, Rev. All right, you're gonna listen. If something happens to you, Giovanni is gonna have words to. And listen, I can handle him, but it doesn't matter. I don't really want it to come to blows.
I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine.
Yeah, famous last words from somebody who is actively starving herself to death.
Not active.
Don't lie to me.
Active involves choice.
You're making a choice to focus on doing everything except for eat, Rev.
No, I just get invested and busy and distracted. And then the next thing I know, it's dark and I am tired. And so I just go to bed. And
she shoves a quarter of a sandwich into your mouth. Sure. A couple of hours go by. Rosie fusses over you and the children like I would say mother hen, except that like there is an edge to this, and one of the things that you know about them is that Bergen is very caring and soft-spoken. Rosie is like a pretty famous retired pit fighter. Like back in the day, that was like her thing. She was like full-on gladiator, having fought in a number of like conflicts. Like she is not to be fucked with. And above their mantle is her warhammer, this like giant 2-handed maul that she used to just absolutely clobber people with. And she's pretty famous. And actually, the reason that they are now landlords is because of all of her winnings. Bergen is a tailor who is, like reasonably successful, but like dwarves are not known for their ability to craft finery when it comes to fabric. He's sort of black sheep of his family in that regard. He decided not metalsmithing, not carving rock. No. I like sewing. And so he's done reasonably well. He makes like good, solid clothing that a lot of merchants like to take. So he does a lot of business down by the wharf with sailors and that sort. But Rosie is really ultimately the breadwinner. She still does a lot of she teaches combat. She is the sort of like barbarian instructor, so like adjunct professor at Whetstone University, which is how she knows Giovanni. It's how you guys got connected, and she's very well known. And so when she fusses over you, you truly don't really have a choice. Like if you try to wriggle out of her grasp, you can watch her rage and then just immediately clamp you down, which has happened probably over the course of this afternoon multiple times with a couple of the older children. So you all go through the now well-known process of getting washed up and taken care of by Mama Rosie, and Bergen comes back in, and a little while later, having sort of taken in your clothes so they fit you a little bit better, and you head off to dinner. Azad and Patchwork.
Hello.
Hello. You open the letter to see a very similar message. Not nearly as personable. You guys don't know Giovanni quite so well. But he extends a similar invitation. He says that he's inviting Rev, who you've met a couple of times, and asks that you come join him for dinner around 5 or 5:30 at his mansion.
Okay. All right. What time does library close?
So being that this library is actually a part of the Western University, the Crest Bibliothèque never fully closes. It is open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
That also puts a different spin on the bag of things that are next to me on the chair, knowing that. I do think I've probably been here for about 48 hours at this point. And I imagine that, probably do need to run home and maybe shower as well, given that I've been here for almost 2 straight days. So she's just gonna take a moment. She's gonna go, oh, okay. We're gonna go home. I'm going to take a 15-20 minute power. God, I wish I had more. It's gonna be fine. Everything's gonna be fine. Patchwork, can you do me a favor? Can you finish this stack of books and then meet me at home?
We can see it done, mistress.
Okay, great. That's wonderful. Oh, fuck my life. Why is this happening right now? And she just sort of begins to collect as many of her belongings as she can. I assume that wherever we are staying is relatively close to the library, because I believe I would have chosen somewhere close to the library for just ease of transportation. And she's going to pop home. She's going to take a quick power nap. She's going to take a shower, and then she's going to meet Patchwork and sort of head to dinner together.
Yeah. Absolutely. So I guess I'm curious about your intent here. Are you planning on staying, are you in a hotel or an inn of some kind, or have you maybe found some longer term lodging?
I think I am in a hotel, but it is my long-term lodging.
Okay. So you've come to some sort of an agreement with them.
Yes, I'm essentially paying rent to stay at this hotel. It's probably not cheap, but I still have access to funds, even if I have access to nothing else. So that's fine.
Go back to one of the larger establishments here in Galza. Similar to Rev, when you arrived here, given sort of the situation that you found yourself in, Giovanni got in touch with the proprietor here and sort of helped to arrange your stay to ensure that it wouldn't, cost you an arm, a leg, and, potentially
Giovanni. Have Giovanni and I spoken since I left home?
He's in touch, I think, occasionally, but I think he knows that you're back in town. I don't think he knows why you're back in town or the circumstances. He just knows it's not great. And I think he is an adroit enough individual when it comes to reading people and situations to know that this is there's definitely a story here. I'm not going to press you on it. Like, let's get you settled. Let's get you to a better place. If you want to come talk to me about it, you can.
Okay.
But he like very much like, hey, look, when you're ready to talk, you can talk. I'll be here. That sort of thing.
Cool. No, great. This is fine. This is wonderful. I can't wait to go hang out. No, this is not a triggering place for me at all. This is going to be fine. And she's just sort of talking to herself as she's getting ready, giving herself a little bit of a pep talk, like nothing could possibly go wrong going back to Giovanni's home after. No, it'll be great. It'll be wonderful. Everything's fine. It's gonna be fine. And she puts on sort of her fancier Akkadian almost dress robes. So it's like a what's it called, like a baby doll dress, so it kind of cinches in around the waist a little bit and flows out. She's wearing her gold boots. She's got her hair into a half up, half down sort of braided situation. And she is kind of just playing with her rings and picking at her fingernails, waiting for Patchwork to come home, because everything is fine and this is going to be fine, and I'm fine and happy and not at all stressed out, and this is going to be great. And did I mention this was fine? Because this is fine.
I feel like you need to make a deception check for the audience.
Oh.
No, for yourself. Like how good are you at convincing yourself?
I got a 4.
A 4?
Yes.
Oh boy, things are
so bad.
It's a little bit tough.
Well, I think that there's also a piece of this, which is that she doesn't know where Giovanni stands in relation to her ex-husband. She knows that they knew each other. She doesn't know where. I mean, she has been given every clue that his allegiances lie with her. But also they haven't had a conversation about it.
Yeah.
Also, one of the last times she was at a party like this is where she met her ex-husband. So there's a lot of pieces of this that she doesn't entirely know what his motivations are as well.
Okay. Yeah, I can see how that might make things a little bit tricky for you.
Not to mention just the general trauma of going back to a place that has an association with a person who you have very negative associations with now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That'll do it.
Yeah. So she is just absolutely freaking out, like picking at her nails, playing with her rings, sort of like pulling on her hair, like sitting on I assume some sort of like oh my gosh, what are they called? Like those end stools at the bottom of beds that have like a chest, but that you can also sit on. Yeah. And she was just sitting facing the door, waiting for Patchwork, with like this aura of just complete anxiety, just high strung as hell, waiting for Patchwork to come back.
Cool. Patchwork, what are you up to while Azad is at home, sort of trying desperately to convince herself that everything is definitely 100% totally
it's
fine?
Everything is fine. Yeah. I've said it was fine.
We have how much time before for dinner to come home to Thing? Because I imagine Patchwork catalogs everything given, and then depending on the time, maybe grabs like a sketch of a bust, and then.
So you've got probably because you don't really have to get ready, so you've probably got the better part of it, like an hour and a half, maybe even. Yeah, it's probably like a 10-minute walk-ish from the library, assuming that you're taking a very casual pace. Yeah, you got a nice chunk of time to play with.
We wander to a newer section of this library to our last recollection, and find a bust of a new honored member of this community, and we find our sketches of these, and we take them down next to the last great person to be honored in the wing of this library. And then after we get that done, we mosey our way to the house, sort of thinking about all the things we've cataloged. And then we come to Mistress's room, and we knock on the door. We say, "Mistress, may we enter?"
Oh, yes, Patchwork, come in.
Mistress, we cataloged a new tale from one of the youths of this city. It regales a tale of a scorpion and a toad.
Wow.
The scorpion wants to ride across the water on the toad's back, but the toad is reluctant to bring the scorpion along.
So interesting, Patchwork. It's so interesting.
Because the scorpion has a terrifying stinger, but the toad relents and gives ride to a scorpion across this body of water. And in the middle of this body of water, the scorpion stabs the toad, and both of them drown. Mistress.
That is honestly probably exactly the story that I needed to hear right now.
Mistress, it seems the tale would have ended more happily if the toad had protected itself.
Are you suggesting that we don't go to dinner? Because you're suggesting we don't go to dinner. I think that sounds like a great idea. And she starts sort of like taking off her shoes, and she's like, really, I don't know what I would do if I didn't have you. It's making very good points. I'm just gonna get on my pajamas and get into bed. We can have an early night. I can have a glass of wine. That'll be great. It's giving very Mother from the Parent Trap energy when she's got her hair in the curlers and just like, no, it's fine. I'm gonna go see my ex-husband of however many years. It's totally fine. So I think that you make a great point, and that bed does just sound like the safer option. Thank you, Patchwork.
Well, good night, Mistress.
Good night. And she's gonna shut the door, and then she's gonna look at the shoes she just took off, and she's gonna go, fuck. She's gonna put them back on. She's gonna open the door just to imagine as Patchwork's turning away to go to their room, and she's gonna be like, we should go. We should go. We should go. Everything's gonna be fine. We should go, right?
If that's your wish, Mistress.
Oh gosh, Patchwork, Yes, that is my wish. I wish to go to dinner. That is what I wish.
Marvelous news.
Great. So let's go. And she sort of just like grabs probably the wrong purse off of her nightstand, and absolutely does not have any of the things that she needs for this evening, but is sort of just gonna blow her way like a little hurricane through the hallway, and probably grab some sort of not public transportation, like a cab, some sort of car situation.
Yeah,
I don't know if we have cars.
Yeah, I mean, they're more automatons that have been sort of designed. I think it is definitely more along the lines of the public transit, where you have these like essentially trolleys that move along at a slow enough pace that you can like flag them down, but do sort of have like points that they are supposed to stop at, but they will stop.
Sure.
If you're very intentional. There are those that are just sort of like publicly available, that are free, that you can get on and get off of. There are also those that are that will actually like cost you a little bit of money to use, but it'll be faster. It's a direct
We're not
route.
sparing any expenses. If she has nothing else in her life, what she does have is money. So she's just going to grab one of the more expensive cabs and spend the entire cab ride in the back just going, this is going to be fun. Isn't this going to be fun? I think we're going to have fun. It's going to be great. It's going to be so much fun. It's just been so long since I've been to a dinner party like this. It's just going to be so much fun and wonderful. And the food's going to be great. And the drinks are going to be great. And it's just going to be great.
Patchwork starts playing again on the little hammer dulcimer and just making this little whirring sound that goes along, just like just trying to like make a music.
I don't think that Azad hears any of that. I think Azad is kind of just on autopilot, talking to both herself and Patchwork, but not really to either of them, just sort of more to the cab in general.
The cab is fully automated and doesn't respond, but you know.
Well, yes, I mean the air
it's the
space
thought that
in the
counts.
cab.
Yeah, it's the thought that counts. Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's gonna be great. It's gonna be fun. I'm gonna have so much fun.
How punctual are you, Azad and Patchwork?
To the minute.
To the minute? Okay.
Yes.
What is mistress? We are that.
Yes.
Fair. And Rev, I think it's safe to assume you're maybe not the most punctual normally.
No, she's probably a little closer this time because Rosie and Berger.
She's on you. Mm-hmm.
It would depend on if they just put her in a cab or if they let her walk by herself.
Oh no, Rosie like fully flags the cab down and like
Great.
Physically lifts you into it and is like,
this time she has not had a chance to wander off.
Okay, wonderful. So the three of you probably arrive within a minute or so of one another, and this is so you all live in sort of the East Town district of Galtza. Giovanni lives in Red Crossing, which is across the river, and is a pretty affluent area. Sort of his mansion sort of like overlooks Pritchard's Green. Is this large, sort of like, I think like very Gothic inspired building. There's gargoyles and whatever else. It is an extremely old building. Rev, from personal experience walking with him that he finds it incredibly gaudy, but it's been in the family, and also as a historical building, he's not allowed to renovate it. There's been sort of an ongoing feud between him and this old gnomish woman who refuses to let anything on the block change. And it's just easier to not deal with her than it is to sort of like try to like fix things. So it's this like gaudy old thing. And you arrive and you see sort of coming probably sort of like towards you another cab with a face. Well, one face that certainly you recognize because Patchwork is instantly recognizable. And then the face of another young woman, a few years older than you. How long has it been since the three of you were in one place together?
4 months? 3 months? Yeah.
Before.
Yeah.
Okay. The first thing you notice, Azad, is that Rev looks like a little gaunt. And is like currently very rosy cheeked and looks like she just got the absolute scrubbing of a lifetime. But the three of you are dropped off at the gate that leads into this building. These like huge wrought iron gates that are, ludicrously fancy, needlessly. You see the like sort of sprawling garden with the sitting area out front, and then leading up to the doorway, you see just like the lovely little path. And then a 12-foot wooden door that looks like it was built to withstand possibly a literal hill giant.
Greetings, our mechanic. And Patchwork touches each of the twig digits to the next one, almost elucidating.
Rev is kind of tugging at her sleeves and her collar, and we'll look. Hi, Patchwork. How are you? How's your? Everything okay?
Still functioning.
Good. If you need anything else, I would happy to help.
Azad sort of gets out of the car behind her and she's like, Rev, sweetie, hi. She gives her a big hug. And she's like, you haven't been eating, have you? I can tell when I look at you that you haven't been eating.
I'm going to hear that a lot, aren't I?
You are going to hear that a lot because you haven't been eating.
Hey, Rev, can you make an insight check real quick for me?
Yeah.
Let's see. Well, that is a natural 2. So
Natural 2.
probably not going to get that much better. 6.
6. I don't know how much Azad has let on about her background to you in the times that you guys have hung out. But what I will say is that, like, boy, does this energy remind you of Rosie right now. That's sort of like a funny thing because she's like Rosie's probably in her like late 40s. Azad is maybe in her late 20s. But it's like a very similar kind of energy, that like maternal instinct to like take care of, which is probably a little bit overwhelming, but is sort of like just an interesting thing to note. Are you guys gonna?
I'm fine, I swear. Rosie fed me so many sandwiches, even though I told her we were going to dinner.
Well, mechanic, it would still take many days for that food to metabolize to show any growth.
That's and I kind of like lean down and whisper to Patchwork, and I'm like, sometimes there are things that you say that are incredibly insightful, but in the moment don't actually help to further the conversation. And I know that that is a difficult idea to grasp, so I'm just going to tell you when that happens so that hopefully you can start cataloging and learning about what is appropriate to say and what might potentially come off as, I know you didn't mean it this way, a little offensive.
Fine, Pep. You're right.
We merely meant to assuage worry on the mechanic's face.
Mm-hmm. No,
it is mentioned that they receive this comment often.
Yes, we'll work on it. It's fine. You're doing great, sweetie.
And Rev's like playing with her very wet, clean hair, and it's like lavender.
All right,
Okay.
shall we go in to the place where everything is going to be wonderful?
Yeah, they're gonna try and feed me so much. Okay, yep, let's go.
It's true. They are going to try and feed you.
Yeah.
The three of you walk up to the front door, and as you approach, it swings open. And standing in front of you is a tall, willowy elf with short, cropped gray hair, in a like the starchiest pinstripe suit you have ever seen. Little like cummerbund and bow tie, very stiff posture, white gloves. Yes. Zod, Reverie, and Patchwork. Right on time.
Hello.
The master... Yeah. I wasn't finished with my monologue. I have to welcome you to the grounds.
Yeah.
Sorry.
What room?
He's in the kitchen.
Great.
Way to ruin it. The master will see you now, I guess.
And I'll like shoulder pat him as I go by.
Nice to see you too, Rev.
Patrick looks up at this attendant and goes,
Yeah.
"We will return to catalog your full monologue when we are able."
He looks down at you and goes, I would appreciate that. No one ever listens.
Azad has already kind of started walking into the other room because she is a little out of body at this moment in time and not completely focused on exactly what is happening around her, and also not necessarily taking into account the feelings of those around her because she is just a little bundle of nerves. I would like to say though, as she sort of walks through the hallways on the way to the kitchen, there are a couple of pretty extreme flashbacks that she gets.
Sure.
Just to seeing a very handsome human man who sort of is holding a drink across the hallway and looks up at her and smiles. And then just of like some other almost like vignettes of moments with this person that happen in various locations throughout the house. And as she is walking, she is just shaking her head, like trying to bring herself back into the present, but really struggling to be back in a space that has a lot of ghosts for her. So I don't even think that she notices really when she hits the kitchen. It's just all of a sudden she's in the kitchen.
Could you make a Constitution saving throw for me as you're experiencing all of this? DC, let's see. This is like a pretty intense thing. That's a DC 15 on this one. It's not the hardest thing, but you know.
I got a 15 on the dice plus 2, so all 17.
Right. Nice. You are, there's a certain amount of like practiced presence that you spent a lot of time in your childhood learning. And in this moment, that kind of carries you through as you have all of these thoughts kind of like washing over you. And I imagine that there's a significant amount of emotional turmoil internally, but you managed to like, keep that like straight face. You stay at least facially like you are present. And the three of you walk through these like, what's interesting about this house is that it's fucking huge to begin with, right? Once you're inside, it is even bigger inside than it is outside. One of those things where there's, so many stories that if you were to go outside and there's no way, maybe 6 or 7 at most, but this is, you walk through the entrance hall and there's this spiraling staircase that kind of goes up around it. And you have this huge atrium that extends probably 200, 300 feet just straight up. That, zoning laws, first and foremost, would never allow, let alone that gnomish woman down the street, because she doesn't, it's a skyline thing. And it's, you just can't do that. And nothing can be taller than the highest tower of the castle, and that would definitely, even though the castle's on a hill, Petra is the most savage old gnomish woman that anyone has ever had the misfortune to meet, and she would never have allowed something like that. But the lovely thing about being magical is that you can avoid zoning laws by just enchanting the inside of your house. There are these like suits of armor that look like they could be used with or without a person. Like if someone were to break in, it might spring to life on its own, but it might also be something that someone could wear that would enhance their own powers. You see these like enormous tapestries and paintings. Giovanni collects rare artifacts from all over and has a pretty extensive network. Rev, this is how you guys met initially. Just because you're on the sort of the upper crust of society doesn't mean that you shouldn't sort of stay in touch with the underbelly, because very interesting things can come along. And Giovanni has really done well in terms of establishing a really solid network of folks who keep an eye out for these sorts of things. A lot of people who have close ties to the black market or to like secondhand artifact weaponry stores, that sort of thing. Your little gadgets were starting to show up there, and that's how he found you in the first place. And there's probably a couple things that you actually remember seeing on like a number of your trips, being like, oh, that's sort of an interesting thing. The price tag is ridiculous. I could never afford it. It's like, oh, okay, here it is. Not that surprising to see it here of all places. and you guys enter a really big but simultaneously cozy kitchen. And in it, the first thing you notice is that there is, for all of the like decadence of the house, the like table and chairs that are here in the kitchen are pretty rustic. They're well made, they are well used, but they are not fancy in the way that the rest of the house is fancy. Azad and Patchwork, this is probably your first time being in this particular room. Rev, you've definitely, I think this is when you come to meet with Giovanni, this is probably where the two of you meet. Probably because mostly he's concerned you're not eating enough, and it's much easier to be in the kitchen and feed you while you're talking than it is anything else.
Still,
You know,
when we walk in, she'll probably kind of go straight to whatever equates to a fridge, cold box, and pull out, probably the equivalent of a LaCroix. She's probably one of those girls. She
there's
doesn't
definitely
realize it's like a thing. They're easy to drink, and it doesn't matter how long they sit. And so, but it definitely, she doesn't know that it's a thing.
I love it. Yeah, you absolutely do. I think that this is not a thing that Giovanni drinks. This is something that he like figured you
for her and has no idea. She has no idea it's just for her.
Yeah, fully. He like picked up on like it was at a party one time. You drank like 8, and he was like, "Oh, she likes these. Cool. All right, I'll make sure that these are here, so when she's over, she's got something to drink." And at the sort of the head of the table, once you guys all come in, you see your patron, Giovanni. Hang on, I want to get his name right because I always forget it. Giovanni Francesco Giuseppe Russo, who is a pixie. He's just a cute little pixie, and he's in, he's got like, like patent leather shoes, and he's in like some like nice, like well pressed slacks. I mean, hard to tell, right? His legs are only like this long. And he's got, like a white linen shirt, sort of open. It's a little more casual than normal. Typically, when people come over, it's it's for an event, and he is dressed in a tuxedo, etc. But he's just hanging out. There's a sort of like a platform built into one side of the table that he sits on that has like a little table in front of him because it's the only way that he really fits. And so he can be at eye level with you. And as the three of you walk in and you go to grab your LaCroix equivalent,
Fantasy LaCroix.
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 LaCroix. LaCroix. LECROX.
Yes. He grins, and he's got sort of like this like wispy blonde hair. Hard to tell how old he is. Pixies are an odd bunch. But he looks at you. He's got like all these little rings on his fingers, and he goes,
"Oh, Rev, you're here. I wondered if you're gonna be on time. I sent Bergen up to find you, so I figured it was gonna be at least reasonable because Rosie, she'll keep you on it. Azad, Patchwork, it's been too long. Welcome to my home. Welcome to my kitchen.
Thank you for having us.
First things first, Rev, you're not eating.
That's what I said.
Thank you.
I don't know. Is it too late to make this a drinking game?
"Oh,
She's
on an empty stomach?
Drink on an empty stomach.
She's just gonna take a longer than normal swig of the LaCroix and kind of just like pick up and be like, I'm not at an empty stomach. Rosie shoved 3 sandwiches in me this afternoon. I swear I'm fine.
Well, you could never tell.
I promise I'm fine.
and he like flies over and pinches your cheek.
I will be sending Bergen up more often to check on you. I'm gonna have a word with that man.
He's doing great.
I know he is. He's great. I appreciate what he does immensely. He takes care of you because I know you don't.
I'm busy.
What have you been busy with? Tell me about your projects. What's going on?
There's a lot. She panic blanks. She has no idea what she's doing in the last 3 days.
Is your brain doing the thing where I ask you the question and you go, it's gone?
Yeah.
All right, fair enough. Hey, listen, you think about it for a second, okay? I'm gonna check in with these other two here. I do have something I want to discuss with the three of you, but I do want to say hello and, ensure that you all feel welcome here in my home.
Uh-huh.
Greetings, Master Russo. We have not been to this part of your domicile. May we catalog it?
Patchwork, I would be honored if you cataloged my kitchen.
Patchwork starts at a drawer and just opens it and looks in it, then closes that drawer and then opens the door under it. Just every door and cabinet, just gonna look.
If I could provide you an itemized list.
Patrick,
we would appreciate that to corroborate our findings with yours.
Of course.
We will locate any discrepancies in your inventory, and then just keeps looking in all the doors and drawers.
He sort of snaps his fingers, and an unseen servant sort of sprouts into existence and begins writing down a list of all of the things, and will float alongside you and write down all of the things, so you can double check.
You see Azad takes a step because her instincts are saying oh gosh, don't let Patchwork just tear apart this kitchen. But she sort of gathers herself and she's okay, it's fine. He said it's fine. They are having a good time. There is no harm, no foul, and kind of has to bring herself back together to not have those instincts just kick into full overdrive.
Hell yeah. As he turns to you, Katie, could you make a deception check for me? I assume that you were trying to play it calm, cool, and collected, right?
Oh, so fun, so cool, so calm. Everything's fine. Have you not heard that everything
you know
is
what?
fine?
Don't bother. I rolled a natural 20.
Oh.
Yeah. I guess unless you want to try for natural 20 as well.
Fuck it.
Yeah.
That's a 5.
Okay. Perfect. Here we go. So he turns and he goes, Azad. And he stops for a moment. My dear child, it has been a long time since you came to visit me in my home, and I know.
Thank you so much for having us. It's so great. I appreciate it so much.
You don't have to keep up the act, my dear. I can see it in your eyes that you're stressed to be here.
I'm not stressed to be here.
Don't lie to me. I've been doing this a long time.
I am.
Do you want to talk about it?
It's just weird, okay? It's just weird.
Why are you back? I didn't want to ask before, but in lieu of the fact that I haven't asked for you, more on the business side of things, I would very much like for you to be on. Listen. What I need to know is, are you compromised? And if so, can I help?
I'm not compromised. Well,
darling, you were sweating when I asked you the question.
I mean, I guess it depends on how you define being compromised.
Emotionally. I mean, you're squeaky clean, kid. I keep tabs.
Do you know? And she sort of slides into one of the chairs, adjacent to him. She's like, I mean, you heard what happened, right?
I heard one version of events. I'm asking you.
I can't go back home or to where I used to be home.
With Rex? What are you talking about with Rex?
Yes, I'm talking about.
It's not a curse, you can say his name.
I'd prefer not to, quite frankly.
Fair enough. I respect that.
Things didn't go well. Things went really badly, actually. There's a reason that I haven't seen you in years, and it's not just because I was busy. it was hard. And then I got sent away, and now I'm here.
That is maybe 1/10 of the truth.
It's as much as I have right now, okay?
But
Rex is...
What about the kids?
Honestly, I don't know.
You see, when you say I don't know, he looks very somber. And he sort of like he stands up from his seat and he flies over and sort of like hovers in front of your face, and he puts his hand on your cheek and he says, "I'm gonna get your kids back. All right?"
That's part of the reason why I'm here. So yeah.
That makes sense. You gonna kill him? Sorry, don't answer that question. I never asked. You never told me. No, it's fine.
No,
Nope.
Okay.
I got some people. I know a guy. It feels like a cliche to say. As a pixie, I know every pixie's got a guy. Whatever. I'll take a look. All right, I'll do some digging. I'll see what I can find for you.
Okay.
In the interim, I have a bit of an idea about something that might help actually all three of you out. So Azad, you need to focus on something other than just Rex all the time. I can see
that.
My dear, you look haunted. And I mean that very literally in the magical sense, okay? You look like you have a spirit that is chasing you from the afterlife. But you don't quite literally have one. This is a spirit of your own making.
A metaphor.
Patchwork knows.
Thanks, yes, that's correct. We've been
listen
working
to Patchwork more often. Patchwork is very rarely wrong about these things.
We've been learning.
Master Russo, what do you call this device? And Patrick's holding like a little pair of like metal like salad tongs, and, like clicks them.
Those, my salad tongs.
Salad tongs.
Yeah, it's for serving. It makes serving salad easier than trying to hold. You ever tried to serve salad with 2 big spoons?
We mostly eat out, so no, I don't think they have.
What? You mostly eat out? I introduced you to Bergen and Rosie for a reason. I also, truth be told, thought that being around their kids might be a little bit healthy for you.
I don't like being around kids right now.
We do not eat. We do not require it.
Well, that's fair enough. And when you say, I don't like being around kids, I think he like looks at you and then like looks at Patchwork and then looks back at you and is like, uh-huh.
Patrick with the tongs.
What is this?
No, I have everything I need right here. And I sort of kind of reach over to Patchwork and once again give the little metallic head stroke.
Everything except for some kind of found family to get you through what you're going through. It's not easy. Look, I've been divorced like a few times. It's not easy being who I am. I understand to some extent what you're going through. It's not the same exactly, but it's important to have people around you who care. And I would hate for you to isolate yourself when there are people who care. So just think about it. Rev.
Yeah. She has found a plate of cookies on the sideboard and has eaten at least 2. She's got one like halfway in her mouth. Yep.
The least nutritious thing available to you, really?
Listen, I'm just happy she's eating calories, okay?
I mean, honestly, I'll take it. You need something to do, I can tell. But you just been twiddling your thumbs, working on 17 different projects, finishing none of them?
Yeah.
You never return my calls?
In my defense, I didn't know you called.
Did you lose another messaging stone?
No. It's in my office somewhere.
I'm sure when you eventually find it, there'll be all 6 of them just sitting in the same spot. I don't know why I do this. Okay. I have a proposal for the three of you that I think will be useful for all of you, one way or another. I have gotten word from a friend of mine, we'll say, that do you guys hear about the traveling circus that's set up outside of town?
I don't think. I mean, I'm happy to make a roll, but because I've just been in the library with Patchwork for days on end since I got here, I don't imagine that unless there was like a flyer in the library that I would
have left, really.
Yeah.
Rev definitely absolutely has not, unless one of the kids happened to mention it today while we were washed, in which case she absolutely says she has heard of it to prove that she's in touch with the outside world.
I think that a couple of the kids probably mentioned it, like, hey, you heard about it? It's going to be awesome. Yeah.
She was like, yeah, I heard it was awesome.
I have genuinely no idea what we're talking about, but I'm happy to learn.
The Draketown kids told you, didn't they, when you guys were being scrubbed? Rosie already told me what happened.
I have been welding.
Okay, hey, look. I'm glad that you interact with somebody, okay? If it's children, hey.
They said it was awesome. I'm sure it's awesome.
It probably is awesome. Now, here's the issue. One of their exhibits, shall we say, is something that I find personally reprehensible. Now, a traveling circus, performers, actors, singers, stunt people, lovely. The fire eaters, I'll never figure out how they do it. Is it magic? Is it not? I don't know. I don't ask. I like it better this way.
Yeah.
Don't fucking ruin this for me, Rev. I swear to God. I'll cut you off.
She just eats another cookie.
Okay. I'll never cut you off, kid. Don't worry. So they set up just outside the cat reach. It sounds like a great time, except for this one thing. They have a drake in captivity or slavery. I'm not really sure which. Now, I did some digging, and it turns out that this is like a relatively new addition to the circus. And based on what my friend's conversations with some of the folks in the circus have led to, is it sounds like there's some mixed feelings. Namely because, well, we're not 100% sure, but we're pretty sure that the drake is sentient, and that would constitute slavery, which I'm sure you all know is something that I abhor. So, what I would love is for the three of you to work as a team. Maybe find out a little bit more about this. If the opportunity presents itself, I wouldn't say no to you liberating this drake. Now, it is guarded, and they are armed. So I do want you to know exactly what it is that you're going in for. So there is some danger involved. But I think that it could be a fun's not the right word. It could be a bonding experience for the three of you, and I think that you would all benefit from spending time with one another. Patchwork, you get to catalog I'm not 100% sure what kind of a drake it is, but I've never seen one in real life. Personally, maybe, I mean, you've been around for a while, so maybe you've seen one. You can tell me when you come back.
We do know that there are many varieties. We have not seen all of them.
Well, then maybe we all get a little bit lucky and find something new. Azad, you need to stop reading all the time. I know you haven't left the library in like 54 hours before you got. Don't even. You think those kids are just there? Yes, I keep track of you.
With children?
Children would make ideal spies.
Yeah.
They're so smart.
Does he do this a lot?
Yeah.
This is his MO? Okay. Yeah. Well, I'll have you know I did leave the library. I took a shower. I did my hair.
I thought that was just this afternoon. When was the last time you did that?
Before this afternoon?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
There's
the last time that you were back at the hotel was 2.5 days ago.
I can neither confirm nor deny whether that accusation
we can confirm that it has been 2.5
Thank you, Patchwork. I appreciate your candor.
Patchwork, you remember that thing earlier about stating facts not always helping? This is one of those moments.
Patchwork, this is not one of those moments. Thank you for being honest. Azad, take notes.
We find Azad's pursuit for knowledge admirable.
Oh, I absolutely agree.
That one's helpful, actually.
But the pursuit of knowledge at the cost of one's life is unhealthy. You understand?
I'm pursuing knowledge to an end. I'm not pursuing knowledge just to pursue knowledge.
My dear, I am concerned that this will completely consume your life if you continue to dedicate yourself like this. Look at Rev. She is consumed with her work, and she's lost a whole bunch. Look how gaunt she is. You can see the ribs through her clothing.
I'm eating right now. Bergen brings me sandwiches. It's fine.
I appreciate what you are trying to do. I am focused on my family.
Mm-hmm.
And it feels incredibly irresponsible for me to just fuck off to a circus when I don't know what's happening to my children right now.
And do you know what reading books for 48 hours straight is not going to get you?
You say my children.
Information on how your children are doing. I can do that for you, so please let me. Consider it an exchange. Rev, you want to add to the? You got something you want to add to the conversation?
Oh, he's eating more cookies.
Yeah, okay, that's what I thought.
Fine.
Fine.
Fine. I said fine.
No,
I said fine.
Listen. We both know that with your current access, you can't get the books you need to do what it is that you want to do.
Just need a couple more hours.
No, it's not a couple more hours. You need to be in a different section of the library, my dear. Let me work on that for you, okay?
Okay.
You can pull some strings. You see about getting you some access to some of the more controlled sections.
Okay.
Yes, Rev. You want a question, answer? What's up?
Yeah, I want more library.
Rev, you have
Our
access
library is preferred to less library.
Yeah.
Rev, you know you have to leave the house for that, right?
I used it at school. I want more library.
You can No, you do you not still have the access that I thought you had from before?
I thought when I left school
Oh.
Wait, I'm sorry. Are you saying that she has access already to the parts of the library?
Maybe if you weren't just reading books in the library all day and you had any kind of conversations with the people that I thought might be interesting for you to meet, you would know this. That said, I'm actually not 100% sure that you do still have that access, so let me follow up on that before I make any promises, Rev. So, aside, don't be mad at Rev. Don't be mad at me. I got to confirm that. Anyhow. I'll work on that while you do me this favor. Rev, it'll get you out of the house. Zara, it'll get you out of the library thinking about something else. Patchwork, you get to catalog a whole bunch of cool shit. Have you seen a fire reader before, Patchwork?
We have cataloged fire eaters, but what is most intriguing is, despite the fire being dangerous, they often find new ways to make it more dangerous.
It's truly incredible. It just, we pour it in our eyes now. What? Why? It's wild. I love it. So here's my thought.
It's a very casual one-liner to just drop and gloss over, but sure, yeah, let's keep going.
Well,
that was above the table.
Yes. Above the table. They're fire elementals. They could do that shit if they want to.
Oh, fair, okay. All
right. or maybe they're not. I don't know. So they're set up just outside the cat reach. What I would love is for the three of you, sometime this evening after things have closed down, go take a peek around, see what's up, If you are able to, what's the word I used again? I was going to say extract, but I think liberate. Yeah, liberate's the one. That's the one we're going to stick with. If you are able to liberate this Drake, I will have some people waiting just outside the gate by the Bone Way. So you're going to have to come, so skirt the outside of the city. I don't necessarily want you coming back in through the Cat Reach gate. There's going to be guards. Let's keep it on the hush-hush. Can you guys do that for me? While I, in turn, make some inquiries. Maybe send a couple folks off to go see how your kids are doing.
Mm-hmm.
You could look a little less glum.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's too much. Fake. You're killing me.
Sure.
Thank you, Raf. Patchwork? Is that?
We are prepared to succeed in this clandestine liberation effort.
I love it.
If anything happens to Patchwork, I will kill you.
Darling, you couldn't if you tried.
I say that with some affection, but only a little bit.
Look. If shit really hits the fucking fan, I'm gonna have eyes on you. I would prefer that my people stay out of this. You three are not so directly affiliated with some of the folks that I'm affiliated with. If we can keep those separate, that is ideal.
So they don't get caught.
Don't get caught, please.
Well, that would go against the mission to be clandestine.
Exactly. See, Patrick understands the assignment perfectly.
Yes, then.
Yep.
Yeah, we'll go. We'll go. We'll go.
Beautiful.
It's one night, Azad. You need to sleep anyway.
Wait, hold on. This dynamic is getting very mixed up. I'm the one who's supposed to be telling you how to take care of yourself.
Yeah, but I like that the focus is not on me right now.
I know, Rev's like, yes.
Yeah.
Someone else with other things going on. Okay, so now that we got business taken care of, how was some food?
I finished the cookies.
Rev, that was 3 dozen cookies.
They were good?
She's hungry again. Calories, they're calories.
Yeah, but it's like mostly sugar and butter. I like truly,
I mean,
whatever.
Well-balanced diet of equal parts proteins, sugars, fresh vegetables is often ideal for humanoids, correct?
That's my understanding.
It's correct, but Patchwork, sometimes when people haven't eaten in a long time, you just want them to eat anything.
Does Rosie have that recipe? Because those were really good.
I'll send it over. Yeah. Okay. let me at least, Azad, let me feed you. Patchwork, you don't want it? You want some oil or something? What can I do for you? Can I get you anything?
If you have premium oil, I know that they would take it.
Yeah, of course
They
I
might
do.
not say so, but they would take it.
Of course I got premium oil. What, you think I don't prepare for guests? Come on. Forget about it.
Do Modrats need oil?
I don't know.
Sure, why not? I was kind of thinking of it more like a luxury, like it's just kind of like when they want a little
You're
treat.
like the Tin Man and the Wizard of Oz right now. Just
Yeah.
I feel like they don't need it, but like that's
It's like
probably
a
not.
it's a like to have.
Yeah.
Hold on, I got this.
Yeah.
We do find the reflection our bodies provide after application of oil to be beneficial to the longevity of our outer shell.
Then it's settled.
I told you they like oil.
Hey, Jeffrey. And that tall, very stiff elf walks back in. Yes, master. Be so kind as to get the premium oil from my workshop. The one on the 12th floor. Bring it down for our friend here, our mechanical friend here. In the interim, what do you two want to eat? You want
Whatever's easy.
Yeah, come on. You want lasagna. You want some gnocchi. Like what do you need here?
Yes.
Some eggplant parmesan. Yeah, eggplant parmesan. You want a salad? We start you with a salad, and you see he like flies over to the wall, rings a little bell, and a couple more like unseen servants sort of like come in. It seems like he kind of like, even though you're not saying anything in front of anyone that would say anything because these are unseen servants, he just like force of habit keeps the room empty when you're discussing any kind of business.
Sure.
Patrick goes back to the drawer where the salad tongs were and provides them and goes, "You might require these."
The unseen servant sort of reaches out and nods in appreciation.
Rev tries to say no. No, it's okay. I'm okay. I don't need salad. That's fine.
Okay, fine. Listen, fine. Get the candied pecans out, please. The craisins and some sort of like strawberry vinaigrette.
I was gonna say, if you have like a Thousand Island type dressing or something a little bit more mayo based, that tends to.
Oh, we have a 1200 island dressing.
Yeah, that would be
Yeah.
perfect actually.
It's from an archipelago on a different plane of existence. It is exquisite, let me tell you.
So bacon bits tend to really help with consumption from picky eaters.
I'm not a child.
Sweetie, you just ate 3 dozen cookies, not 12 dozen cookies. That would have been
36 cookies.
Yeah, 36 cookies.
Yeah, so
I've got to say, your palate, not the most refined thing that I've ever seen. And I love that. I love you for that. I do. I think it's really sweet. I do think that some of the techniques that I use to get my 6-year-old to eat might also be applicable here. So,
I do like bacon.
Listen, I could tell.
As this exchange is happening, you can just see like Giovanni's face is like bright red as he tries not to laugh, and like is also clearly very pleased with himself because he knew that this was like a good dynamic, and that as much as Azad might not want to admit it, the distraction and being away from the books and maybe being able to be somewhat of a parent to like an actual human who needs to eat as opposed to just a robot type construct might be helpful.
No, not.
Yeah, he's just like the smuggest little grin on his face.
I feel like I actually just kind of like grab the bowl from the unseen servant and start going through different shells and sort of making the salad myself, just being like, okay, you know what? Actually, I can do this. I know exactly what we need. And I sort of, I throw in some bacon, I throw in some craisins, some really creamy dressing, and mix it all up.
There's roughage in the back, actually. And one of the each individual piece of kale gets lifted up by an unseen servant and massaged very gently to perfection.
Azad is now over at the stove caramelizing onions.
Azad, sit down. No, you don't need. You're not cooking in my house. We are not there yet. It is a 4-visit rule.
After the fifth visit, you get to cook. Until
It's just
then,
that
there's
a perfect amount of time, and it's hard to like. You can't just say, "Oh, 3 minutes." You need to watch them for a certain consistency, and it goes really well over top of the salad. Okay, I'll sit down. I'm sorry. I'll sit
Do you
down.
want to make the onions?
I really want to make the onions.
Okay. As my guest, you may make onions in my kitchen this one time only.
Okay. Back to making this now. Let's turn it into like a very exorbitant salad, like much more exorbitant and more main course style salad than was ever. I can't tell if Rachel or Patchwork is raising their hand. I think it is Patchwork.
Patchwork.
Yes, Patchwork, sweetie. What is it?
Master Rousseau, may I take a moment and go collect the accounting of your attendant, Jeffrey?
I don't see any reason why not.
He wants his speech, his welcome speech.
All right, we'll smash cut. After you zip on out and you find him, honestly,
Patchwork made a promise.
you did
Patchwork
make a
did make a
promise.
promise.
Yep. I think that you heading back out into the main hall, sort of that like central atrium with the massive spiral staircase. You can hear footsteps probably 4 or 5 stories up that appear to be descending. Do you want to wait for him, or do you want to like ambush him on the stairs?
I think Patchwork will call out. Hail, attendant Jeffrey.
Is that Patchwork? It's a bit hard to tell from up here.
Where might we find you currently?
Oh, be down in just 1 second.
And as he says that, you see that he's been like lugging some things down the stairs, but has finally gotten to the point where the like railings open up a little bit more. You see that there's like sort of like fully encased further up to make sure no one accidentally falls out. But as he reaches like officially the 4th story, he just pops up over the railing and holding a very large box of various things, just begins to descend gently towards the ground.
Yes. Master Patchwork, I'll be honest, I am still a little unsure how to address you.
A Patchwork is sufficient.
Patchwork? Wonderful. Oil first?
Oh, we mean to catalog your.
Yes. Would you like me to oil you first, or would you prefer to catalog first? Very much your decision.
Oh, please allow us to catalog.
Wonderful.
You see he like straightens himself up, fixes his bow tie, like clearly like more excited about delivering this like very short speech than anyone has any right to be. But you get the sense that like most of the people that Giovanni associates with are like, yeah, whatever, Jeffrey, get out of the way. There's food in sight. Shh, get out of the way. And so he straightens himself up to his full height, and he
Would you believe it? I am blanking now that I have finally the opportunity to... Oh. Oh, welcome. Nope. Can we come back to this conversation at a later date when age is not always kind to the brain.
We find our load times often waver as we continue to exist on this plane.
I find that strangely comforting. Would you please escort me to the kitchen where I may... This feels a bit of an odd thing to say. Would you mind if I then oil you up? Interesting.
We do struggle to gets the oil appropriately applied to our back, and Patrick just holds up mechanical fingies and a twig fingy, and like just goes.
It does seem like it could be a bit. Okay. I have a number of different oils. I brought linseed for your wooden arm, and a number of application rags, as well as several different applicators to ensure that it is done properly, and also a drop cloth. Please accompany me to the kitchen and we shall proceed with the process.
Patrick follows behind the attendant.
Wonderful. And he glides silently as he... it's interesting. For as old as he is and as frail as he looks, he does move rather quickly.
I mean, if he carried all that down 12 flights of stairs, he's doing great.
He's doing all right. He's doing all right. The rest of your evening passes with a lot of, I imagine, a lot of very good wine being brought out, or lacroixes for Rev. The oiling process, I think it's because it's something new to work on. You get the sense that Jeffrey takes like particular care, because like I've polished every fucking thing in this house like 1,000 times and I am so tired of it.
After Azad is finished with the salad, she is very much hovering over the oiling process, just making sure that like if help is needed, she is available, and very clearly does not like that someone else is doing it because she's worried that they won't be doing it right. But at the same time, she doesn't want to like get in the way of the sweet moment. So she's just kind of like,
Jeffrey's eyes are just crinkled up in like a little, just like a hint of a smize as he does this. Yes. Is there, do you guys, are there any conversations that you guys would want to have internally? Giovanni is generally concerned with the well-being of Azad and Rev, because that's who he is, and I think tells you guys a lot about sort of like the weird machinations of some of the larger like mage conglomerates in some of the other countries, because he does keep tabs on these things. Hogodia, the country that you currently reside in, is fairly unique on this side of the world because of the fact that it is a relatively like socialist government. There's a lot of like public services. There is, people are very conscientious of ensuring that it's not just sort of like the wealth being sort of like continuing to be just sort of lifted upwards, a trickle up effect, if you will. And is kind of like, it's like the odd kid on the block, whereas some of the other countries nearby have a little bit more intense of a wealth disparity. I think that Hogodia has like a reputation for taking on refugees from these other countries, either because there are conflicts that are ongoing or because it becomes untenable to live in the various cities. But you get the sense that there's these large groups of mages who have kind of come together to manipulate the sort of like the larger economy. Unsurprisingly, Azad, Rex is one of them.
I'm shocked.
Yeah. And Gio looks at you and he's like, "Look, I'm sorry that he's coming up so much over the course of the conversation, but
no, I understand. I know exactly who he is. This is not surprising to me."
I have to say, he put on a good front when he was here.
Yes, he did. He's very good at that.
It is unusual, incredibly unusual, that people are able to pull the wool over my eyes. And I know that it's not exactly my fault, but I do want to offer my apologies for hosting an event that led to such a traumatic experience for you.
He is very charming. It is not your fault. We can talk about him without feeling like we need to derail the conversation every time to check in with me. I'm a big girl. I appreciate the apology, but I'm okay.
I know you're okay, but I did want to acknowledge that I do feel partially responsible.
Appreciate that.
Yeah. I mean, for what it's worth, it looked good from the outside for a while there. So, there's that. But we will find something on him. I promise you that.
I promise you there's a lot to be found.
That I believe. That I absolutely believe. Will you excuse me for a moment? I do need to... I told you that I was going to work on getting some people to go inquire about your family.
Are we spending the night here? Are we going home? What is the...
I mean, you're welcome to spend the night here if you want to. It's very much your decision. I've got guest rooms made up, obviously, because, and I would love to have you all here for breakfast tomorrow. 2 meals that I can verify you've eaten, Rev, is better than 1 meal that I can verify.
Rosie feeds me.
Rosie can't feed you every day, and I know you don't leave your apartment that much. Good. Azad, Patchwork, would you like to spend the night as well?
Why not?
Lovely.
If Mistress believes it is the correct choice, we will acquiesce. Attendant Jeffrey.
Yes, Patchwork.
We find your oil adequately applied. While you worked, we cataloged your visage. When you do remember your monologue, we would take it down on the back for our continued cataloging of this realm.
It would be my honor, Patchwork.
But even if you do not remember, we find that it is fruitful to possess self-images to catalog ourselves from multiple angles.
I'm not sure I follow, but did you draw me? Or...
We took down your likeness.
Oh, well, may I see?
It is for you to take.
Oh, that is very kind. Thank you, Patchwork.
And he takes it and sort of opens up his jacket and opens a pocket that goes way deeper than it should, and looks like he might have a bag of holding or something sort of sewn into the inside of his jacket.
I will hang this in my quarters this evening. Thank you.
And he slides it very carefully into the jacket pocket.
We acquired this understanding from spy children today.
Ah, yes. Tabitha and Jerome. They're lovely children. They're my step-grandchildren. There's a few greats in there. I'm a little bit older than their parents and their parents' parents, but they are lovely.
Jerome, when did you remarry?
Which time?
The most recent.
Posture check.
It's been about 60 years now.
Oh, that's awkward. Right?
Thank you. She did pass away about 25 years ago, unfortunately.
I would love for the three of you to make a perception check on Jeffrey as he's telling you this story. Because the timeline doesn't quite... the three of you have met elves before. This timeline is, sure, but also, he's real old.
15.
15?
24.
One,
24 and a
baby.
1. Oh boy. Patchwork, I think you're back to, maybe you're just like testing out like how well oiled your fingers are. Maybe, I don't know. With a 15, Azad, something really doesn't add up about that timeline. Like, elves can get old, but if the most recent time he remarried was 60 years ago, there's something feels a little funky.
Yeah.
Rev, with a 24, you notice for the first time, which is, I think it probably takes you a little bit by surprise that you're noticing for this for the first time. Jeffrey's eyes are the iris is a little bit more like almond shaped or like reptilian, and he has like light hazel eyes, but they are rimmed with gold in a way that reminds you distinctly of really only one thing, which is a dragon. That's the only time that you can recall having ever seen eyes like that. There were a couple of professors that you had who were dragons, who sort of had a more humanoid form that they would like to take. And his eyes match those.
She's just kind of gonna look at him and like squint. Be like, I come back to that later. But she like definitely has clocked it.
Clocks it?
Yeah,
cool.
Absolutely.
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool. I mean, after, probably a couple of hours of, talking about geopolitical issues, inquiring about how you guys been doing, what you guys been up to, asking about your projects, Rev, and asking if, like to talk about the research that you've been doing, Azad, and if you have gotten anything interesting, or if, there are authors that maybe you are more interested in finding out about.
I use Patchwork as a projector, essentially, to go through all of the notes that we have taken. So I press a couple buttons on their head, and it just like projects against a white wall with like the different areas that I've highlighted in different books. And I just sort of give a bit of like a lesson on all of the things that I have picked up over the last 6 months.
Cool. Patchwork, a decent amount of time is spent being a projector.
Love it. Also, I would like to state that those buttons are likely just not useful. It's not bad.
Hell yeah. I think Giovanni is also interested if you've like cataloged anything particularly interesting. Since it's been a while since you two crossed paths at all, so I think he's kind of curious about that. I think this is as good a time as any as the three of you head upstairs. You will be sharing one large guest room.
Rev snores.
Rev snores.
I would just like to, as we're sort of getting ready for bed, I sit on the edge of the bed with Patchwork. And because how earlier Patchwork had said it's metaphor, and I'd been like, that's right, we've been working on that. We're going to do story time. But story time is where I have Patchwork tell me a story. And so we've been working on it, and usually it's just some iteration of what happened during the day, but every night I ask them if they want to like make up a new story. So we're working on it, and I teach them about story elements, and then we go to sleep.
Heck yeah. So the three of you, are there any additional conversations, anything that you guys want to do before bed, any sort of reading, etc.? I don't know what your nighttime routines are, if any.
I think Rev has not a specific routine, but she sleeps in a very specific way. So she's just gonna, I don't know if there's 3 beds in this room or whatever, but she is gonna curl up into a small ball and she pulls the blanket all the way over her head and like tucks it under. She's like full burritoed herself, basically.
Heck yeah.
And so it's like fully dark. You can't even see her. And then you can like hear her kind of quietly muttering to herself. And if you listen carefully, she's like reciting like formulas for things. And is but that very quickly slows down and turns into snoring. But sounds just like a circular saw.
I love it.
I think after story time, I absolutely tuck Patchwork in, despite the fact that does Patchwork sleep?
Patchwork just powers down.
Yeah.
Patchwork is probably going to stand by the window and go motionless while gazing out of the window.
I feel like every night I try to tuck you in and you're like, Mistress, I will stand by.
Mistress, we do not sleep.
I know, but it's just so cozy in the bed. You sure you don't want to power down the bed tonight?
But Mistress, if we power down near the window, we will be afforded the opportunity to catalog the sun.
No,
as it rises.
I know. It's okay. You can power down by the window if that's what makes you happy.
Thank you, Mistress. And Patchwork just like moseys over to the window and just like fixes eyes on the moon in the sky or moons, whatever's going on here in the sky, and then just kind of like stops moving.
And I get into bed and probably don't fall asleep for another 2.5 to 3 hours as I sort of just stare at the ceiling and think about everything that this day has brought.
That is very, very reasonable. As the 3 of you drift off to sleep, we will take a 10-ish, 15-ish minute break. For y'all's entertainment, our lovely viewers, I am going to pull up the most recent episode of Chaos Ladies, and I will play that so that you'll have something to watch while we're away. We will be back. Let's see, it is 10:35 p.m. right now, so we'll be back in let's say 15, so we can grab snacks and food, which are different things, yes, and water. And we will see you all back here shortly.
Thank you, 15.
Yeah.
Thanks, 15.
Thanks for hanging out, everybody.
We should remove ourselves, should we
Yes,
not?
I will remove you all from this.
Okay, great.
Yes, I'll do that as well.
Hi.
Hey! We are here again. Ah!
Look at us. Look at us being regular. I mean, it's another week has gone by, and here we are again.
Jamie Lee Curtis's favorite yogurt Activia, because we're regular.
That was
Wow.
fantastic.
Wow. How's everyone doing today? Including chat. Chat, how are y'all doing?
Chat.
But also you three, because apparently we weren't allowed to talk before.
Oh my God.
I was wondering when that was gonna just drop and be like
Zaki?
Zaki?
silence.
Zeki told us that we couldn't chat before this because it would ruin the intro vibe. So
would.
I don't know anything about what's going on in anyone's life.
So what's going on in everybody's life? That we have that's raw. It's real. We're not faking it for the viewers.
How are you guys doing?
We're okay.
I'm recovering from our RVS.
RSV.
The baby virus?
Yeah, I got the baby virus for babies. I got the baby cold. I got the apparently it's going around in adults now. So quick tip, if you're going to like the trucks to get tested for COVID, write that you're experiencing cold like symptoms, and often they'll check you for both influenzas, RVS, and COVID now. So like I don't know if all the trucks do it, but that's how we found out.
Oh God.
Interesting. How like not that we have to get into it, but like how bad was it?
It really wasn't that bad, honestly.
Okay.
The only reason we were suspicious of anything was the test. So
okay.
yeah, but my brain is a little weird because I've been sort of like staying quarantined because I don't want to give babies this baby virus.
That's fair. That's
so I think
fair.
I've got feral indoor energy today, so that'll be
fine.
That's gonna translate real well for this session tonight.
Hey Balor.
What's up, Balor?
Oh, God, so what are we doing tonight, Zeki? I'm scared.
Well, you know what? I would really appreciate it if maybe the three of you kind of told me what happened last time.
We killed a bunch of cops.
I mean, they weren't cops.
They were space cops.
They were astral troopers. Yeah, you're right.
Space cops.
They were dicks.
I mean, I think most of what happened was combat between us and these astral troopers. And then
they were asshole troopers. What?
Whoa.
Oh.
And then at the end, Captain Franks showed up, our arch nemesis, or I guess Mag's arch nemesis, and we're just kind of along for the ride. She showed up and we started running away, or potentially preparing to fight. Unclear. I don't really know what exactly is happening right now. I just know that Captain Franks is she here.
Captain Franks is here, probably looking for her. I think we were calling it a fluffy lumpkins.
No, a smuffy puff.
A smuffy puff.
Yes. Also known as a phylactery.
Yeah.
Smag doesn't like that word very much.
So it's called the Smuffy Puff here.
It is called a Smuffy Puff.
Which
is, something that you are actively trying to get rid of yourselves.
Yes.
So not, kind of a big deal when these things happen. But you were actually like pulled over for Valda, right?
Yes.
Somebody over there is a wanted kidnapper.
I'm not a kidnapper.
Dangerous in all the systems.
Frankly, I feel we were being profiled, and I am against it.
I mean, do I look dangerous?
You do have a breath weapon.
I mean, sure.
Also, like a big old, like double-handed, like battle axe or mace or something.
I mean, you're not wrong.
Also a true statement.
But
kidnapping. Anyways, so yeah, while you were all in the middle of this combat, trying to, not get, I think it was Denis who was going to be arrested.
Yeah.
It started out.
I was talking back to the popo. Sorry. Actually, I almost talked us out of it, and then I got a little bit of.
And then you revealed that you were actually at the tavern and stuff.
They knew that we were at the tavern. They knew where we came from. They tracked us. I didn't think it was that crazy. Oh, it's fine.
About to be let go, and then you drag yourself back in. But that's not really a problem anymore, as the battle was slogging on, all of a sudden a 5-mast galleon crashed through a tear in the astral sea, kind of ripping into your space, and sent out this meteor of fireballs basically, and it blew up the astral patrol Nautilus. sending your ship kind of like spinning and flipping a little bit, and you just kind of made it in time where I think we need to make some deck saves.
Sure. I just realized I don't have my character sheet pulled up.
Ah!
I got out all my dice. I laid them out really pretty, and I was like, something feels like it's missing. So I'll get you that in just 1 second. Don't even worry about it.
11.
Okay.
Wait, what are we rolling for again?
Deck save.
Deck
Yep.
save. Thank you.
I got a 16.
Hello. 18 for Chaboy.
Okay. So, and then I will need everybody to make D100 checks for me.
Oh,
God.
Oh.
that's new. That's fun. 90.
Okay.
98.
Also 90.
Wow, that's like
That's-
very impressive, actually.
Yeah.
So I will say that your luck is with you as you are spinning and tumbling, and Captain Starstream is trying to get the ship like to balance itself out a little bit, but he is also disoriented, so he's having a little bit of trouble balancing the ship back in place. Mag, you can probably relate to this as you actually piloted the ship for a little while earlier.
You
And,
control it with your thoughts. I can imagine having wild thoughts making that difficult.
And so with all three of you rolling in the 90s, I will say that you have progressed an entire block being thrust from the explosion, and a large array of what look like fireballs being cast miss the ship completely.
Okay.
So congrats.
Where can we see where the Captain Frank's ship is?
Oh yeah, you see it like right behind you. On the map here, this is your ship.
Okay.
This is Captain Frank's ship. If you'd like to see what Captain Frank's ship looks like, or what roughly it looks like,
Cute.
it's a different color, but it's this
Yeah.
giant ship that has like these 5 masts, and like you got like some people here for scale.
Okay.
So many sails, so many boys.
So I have a question for you, DM.
Yeah.
This is a little silly.
Of course.
But we kind of established that the boat is somewhat not like alive, but like cognizant to an extent, correct? Like, wasn't there something about like talking to it with your brain, and or is it just this sort of like magically imbued structure?
I will say that, like, are you asking like if Denis would know this?
Yeah.
Denis would not know this.
Okay. Then never mind. He is just fucking terrified and is kind of like pressed up against the back window looking out at Captain Frank's ship, just like, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, can we go faster, please? Oh my god, help, please, help, oh my god.
Honestly, the three of you should probably get to the escape pods just in case. This is not looking very great.
I don't know how to use an escape pod. Mag, do you know how to use an escape pod?
Would I know where those are on this ship?
Yeah, actually, from your mopping experience and the other cleaning that you did, in shame last session. You actually mopped the deck around them, and there were 6 of these giant orange, like shell looking things
So
on like the 3rd deck.
I feel like probably what Valda would do at this point is like as soon as she hears to go to the escape capsule, just like go like grab Mag, grab Denise, and just go.
My scale care, Valda, no!
Wait, the Smuffy Puff!
Oh yeah, we definitely. I think we should spring our room first, really quickly, just like really quick.
Are you saying this to me before I grab you, or like as
I think I'm
carrying
under
you?
your arm at the moment. Like,
Okay.
can we please go to our rooms, please?
Fine.
Your rooms are on the 2nd floor. The spelljamming helm or throne, as was discussed the last session, is on the main deck. The kitchen and galley is also on the 2nd floor.
Okay.
The escape pods are on the
3rd.
third. Okay.
And it's like, and like on Spelljammers, or at least this one, the numbers go backwards. So it's like the top deck is the 1st floor, below deck is 2nd, and then you got the 3rd deck even lower than that.
Okay. So yeah, as I'm kind of like, fine. Phew.
All right. When we get up to our room, I would like to. I'm sure that Mag is going to be grabbing the Smuffy Puff, as she so tactfully puts it. But I am going to be kind of just like throwing as much of my like scale care and nail polish, or I guess claw polish, everything I can into a backpack and throwing it on my back. So,
Well, hello.
oh, you're loud.
I'm loud.
You're a little loud.
I will whisper.
Oh my, that's gonna trigger my ASMR to do that.
Welcome back, everyone. Thanks for hanging out with us.
Is your like gain turned up or something? You're suddenly just like
not at all. Here, let me turn it down.
There we go.
Welcome back. All right. Lovely. Let me bring this music volume down just a little bit here. All right. So, the following morning, the 2 of you awake, and the 1 of you
just begins moving again.
Yeah, returns to motion.
You're muted, sweetie.
You are still muted.
How early is it?
I mean, there is no alarm. You are not awoken at any particular time. I guess that you probably, I would imagine, probably get up at differing times.
I'm up by 6 o'clock in the morning.
How perky are you?
I'm not perky. I'm just functional.
Rev is not a morning person.
I also wouldn't have woken you up.
Especially right now. She's been on a non-existent schedule. She hasn't been getting up until probably close to like 11 or noon.
Mm-hmm.
So
definitely tracks.
Do with that what you will.
Okay. Even if you guys went to bed at like I imagine you guys probably talked until like 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. So somewhere in there. So like not the latest night you ever had, but probably not the earliest either.
No, and we're probably pretty close to what her like normal sleep schedule right now is of like 2 a.m. to like 10 a.m. 11.
Cool.
Yeah.
That I live that schedule aggressively, and I feel called out.
I guess in that case, we went to sleep at 2. I have to wake up later than 6, or else I won't get a full 8 hours of rest. So.
Yeah, I also need to remain inert for 6 hours to qualify for a long rest.
All right. I will say for the mechanical purposes of a long rest, this is a magic fucking house. You can get a long rest on probably 3/4 the amount of time that you would normally have to sleep to get a long rest.
Cool. When I do get up, which is very early. I think that the first thing I'm going to do is going to look over at the bed that Rev is in, see that she is still sleeping. I'm going to pop downstairs to the kitchen. I'm going to get a glass of water and sort of like if there's like a protein bar or something like that, as well as some Advil, just because I do know that we did have some wine last night. And I'm going to bring it up and put it on the bedside table next to Rev and just sort of like tuck her in a little bit and like smooth her hair back and be like, what am I doing? And then kind of go downstairs and get myself ready for the day. And yeah, no, it's fine.
So when you go downstairs, Gio is there, sort of like back in his chair. He's got little reading glasses on. He's got what looks like was the paper, but it's been shrunk, so it is his size now. So he's reading this like tiny little paper, and as you come in, he looks up. He's like, "Oh, good morning. How did you sleep?"
Well,
It seems like you kind of resent the fact that you had a good night, but that's okay.
I slept perfectly, thank you.
Glad to hear it. As you go and like grab those things and then head back up, he's like, "Do you want anything for breakfast when you come back down?"
Whatever you're making, I'm easy.
What do you want? I'm ludicrously wealthy. It doesn't really matter.
What are you eating for breakfast?
I had waffles, but you can have whatever you want.
Waffles sound great. No, waffles sound perfect. I would not want to impose or be... I love waffles. Waffles
do you want
are fantastic.
corned beef hash? Eggs Benedict? I make the bolognese. I make the sauce, every time. It's not. I don't make like a pot of it and leave it sitting around.
Whatever you're in the mood to cook, I will eat. And then she just goes upstairs immediately to bring the water up because she does not want to keep having this conversation. She does not want to feel like an imposition and is already feeling weird that she spent the night and just wants to not have to engage with this anymore.
Cool. All right. Patchwork, are you hanging out up there until Azad comes up the second time, or are you just like down in the kitchen hanging out? Doing the same thing?
Once we become motionful again, we just start opening drawers and looking in them.
Hell yeah.
Just cataloging what's in this closet.
I love
Who
it.
knows?
There is a surprising amount of clothing that looks like it would fit Azad or Rev. It's sort of like sectioned off into two sides. There's like it's sort of like a walk-in closet. And on one side, you've got sort of a lot of like what look like mechanics outfits, essentially, like a one piece overall, like coverall thing, in black, navy blue, dark purple, charcoal gray. There are like 6 different shades of gray, black, and like dark, like forest green tanks that have all been folded and stacked neatly. There's like 6 different pairs of boots and like 3 different belts on one side. On the left side, Azad, how do you dress?
How do I dress?
Yeah, like what do you like to wear?
I mean, I pretty much exclusively wear traditional Acadian clothing, so it's mostly golds and whites. And like I said,
gold?
Could be white and gold, but mostly golds and whites.
Okay.
And very, like I said, pretty loose fitting, but variety of styles, right? There's a certain aesthetic that goes into Acadian fashion, so it all has, I don't want to say homogenous, but it all has a similar texture and type of cloth and color scheme, but the pieces are very different. Like you would wear something a little bit more upscale and flowy for a dinner party versus like a tunic and pants that would be worn for being around the house and that sort of thing.
Okay. Well, you see a variety of Patchwork, see a variety of very traditional looking Acadian clothing in a variety of styles. So there's something there. If it's like a little bit colder, there's like a heavier fabric. In the back, you see there's a shelf. And on that shelf, there is a little box. And on it, there's a piece of paper that is folded, like a little, just a little teepee. And on it, it says Patchwork, or for Patchwork.
We grasp the item in our hands and inspect it.
It is a small, well-made wooden box.
Is there a note to read?
No.
Oh, we open the box.
Inside is a full, fresh set of dulcimer strings. And 2 beautifully carved rosewood hammers.
We close the closet door and restring the dulcimer.
Hell yeah.
And you just hear like this humming, buzzing, purring sound coming from...
How loud is your humming?
Probably no louder than a kazoo.
Okay. No reaction.
That sounds about right.
Also, I said I brought Advil up, and I have to imagine that it's just sort of like encapsulated cure wounds. Like that is what the Advil is in this.
Yeah.
It's like little pills that have cure wounds.
It's like a combination of Goodberry and cure wounds.
Yes.
And like a little, yeah. It's like, it's like 1 point of HP. If you got a headache, it'll like knock it out. Yeah, absolutely.
Exactly.
Yeah, fully. Yeah. That's canon now.
Yes.
Yeah, I would imagine between all the movement, the up and the down, probably at around like 10-ish, Rev wakes up.
Cool. Are you gonna head downstairs? Are you gonna like?
She'll get dressed first. And she probably, when we all went to bed, I don't know if he left like pajamas.
Definitely. There are like pajamas that sort of like, were very much like to your liking.
Cool. She will probably just leave them in front of the closet, just like strip and change in front of the closet and be like, oh, thank God that she doesn't have to wear yesterday's clothes again. And put on, I don't know, she doesn't really look. She just kind of grabs the first ones she sees. So God only knows what color she's wearing. Probably, I would imagine he keeps a more black jumpsuits around, but in terms of tanks, she just grabbed whatever was on top of the stack. But everything goes with black, so it's fine.
It's true. Can't go wrong.
Yeah.
Black and slightly darker black.
Yep.
No, these blacks definitely match. There is no like slight lack of coordination.
Blue black versus red black.
No one wants that. No one wants that. Yeah.
I remember those days.
They were rough days. All right, so I mean, you come downstairs. I imagine at this point, Azad, you've been down there for a bit.
I feel like I've had just an inordinate amount of food put in front of me because I couldn't decide.
Oh, fully.
And
all the things that you brought up, there's like a healthy portion of each. So you have like a couple of waffles. You have an omelet. There's corned beef hash.
Okay, wow.
Eggs Benedict. Yeah.
Thank you. I definitely didn't need all of this.
Big ceramic urn of like really strong coffee.
I mean, that I did need. So thank you.
You're very welcome. I know that you immortal types have a little bit hard of a time with the alcohol, so I assumed coffee's probably useful.
I appreciate that. I don't have a hard time with alcohol, but I do have a strong caffeine addiction, so...
Oh, sweetheart, you're preaching to the choir. I've had literally hundreds of years to develop this addiction. Did you take a look in the closet while you were upstairs? I
don't think I did. She's now thinking about everything she did this morning, which was all to, check on Patchwork and check on Rev. And I didn't, now that you mention it. Should I have?
Before you go, just take a look.
Okay.
If something strikes your fancy, please feel free to take it. Patchwork.
Good morning, Master Russo.
Good morning. Those are some very nice strings you've got there.
We found them in a box with our name on it. We assumed they were a gift.
They are indeed. Do you like them?
They are superior to the strings that were there prior.
Well, that was my goal. And do you like the hammers?
They're superior to the hammers I had prior.
I kind of lean over to the pixie and I'm like, I think that means they like them.
That's kind of what I figured, but thank you for clarifying, because there was a moment there where I was like, I can't tell if this is a really nice way to say go fuck yourself, or if this. Okay, wonderful. I am glad that you find them superior.
No. If they wanted to say go fuck yourself, they would just say go fuck yourself.
That does track with my experience.
If one needs to go fuck themselves, being told so is the most efficient way to elucidate them to that information.
Yeah.
That is my lived experience. Yes.
Sometimes I feel like I learn more from Patchwork than Patchwork does from me.
Patchwork, how does that? What do you feel like you learn from Azad, or is it more of a you teaching? What is the dynamic here, by the way? I gotta ask. I've been just dying to know, because Patchwork. You're a construct. Though it feels like there's more than meets the eye there. Azad, you're a mother.
That's correct.
I don't want to ruffle feathers, but it does feel a little bit like maybe you are parenting someone in this room who's a construct, whose name is Patchwork, who's right there. You don't have to confirm or deny it. It's okay.
I am caregiving for Patchwork.
Oh, caregiving. Is that what the kids are calling it these days?
That is what I am doing.
Mm-hmm.
I make sure that they are safe and happy. Happy's one we've been working on. It's kind of hard to tell if they're happy.
Yeah.
But they seem less alone than they did when I met them, which is wonderful.
Yeah, for sure.
I've been, just giving them some basic lessons about humanity, mortals,
yes,
how to tell a good story.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Just a quick question. Hey, Patchwork. How many cycles have you been around?
Many.
You got a number?
I do.
I mean, like approximately, like 5, 10, 500, 5,000, 5 million.
Checks notes.
I wrote this down. I believe it was like 230.
I thought it was 320.
I thought it
Was it 320?
You've been on Mitra for at least 320.
Yeah.
So you've been around for longer than that.
Yeah.
We approximate more than 300 solar cycles.
Perfect. Now, Azad, how old are you?
I don't like the direction that this questioning is going. And you know exactly how old I am.
Yes, I do. You are not quite 30. You got some time. Enjoy those. Those are good years. So just to put out, so caretaking for someone who is more than 10 times your age. And is still very capable, might I add. This is not like someone who's decrepit and needs to be pushed around in a wheelchair. Look, I'm not saying you might want to consider therapy at some point, but it might be useful to do something other than read a book. I know a guy. He's a great shrink.
I'm having a really hard time saying that I failed to see the issue.
Yeah.
But right now, I hear you, and I am going to very much pretend like this is not an issue until I'm ready to handle it. If I'm being 100% honest, which I feel like I have no choice but to be with you because you seem to know everything, I am going to push this down for a very long time.
Yeah, okay.
And repress it.
That's super healthy. I totally support this, and there's no way in which this could ever backfire, for sure.
Never.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect. Wonderful. Okay. Well, here's the deal. The day obviously is yours to do with as you please. When you head out towards the circus, I will have... You know what? Jeffrey hasn't had much time to just kind of like go enjoy a circus in a while. I'll give Jeffrey the day off. He'll be a point of contact. He'll kind of, he'll pay for your tickets, that sort of thing, whatever. I suspect that it'll be easier for you to go about doing this when you have the cover of darkness to work with. But if you want to go about it a different way, don't let me stop you. If you think a big crowd is the way to go, hey, I am but an old pixie. I don't know what I'm talking about. Is Azad up though? I feel like...
I think you mean Rev.
Rev, sorry.
I'm Azad. Hi.
I'm not used to having guests, and it's just like, it's... what can I say? I do have a couple of meetings that I do attend to. I got to take I'm going to be out of town for a couple of days following this. I got to go. There's another group of folks that I got to have a meeting with at some point, sooner rather than later. Actually, I got to meet with them later today. But do you need anything before I go?
Well, do you have any, I don't know, maps of the circus? Any contacts in the area? Any?
Yeah, Jeffrey. Maps, no, because they just set up yesterday. It's
okay. All right.
Yeah, it's new.
So really, all we've got to work with is Jeffrey.
All we've got to work with is Jeffrey. You count your lucky stars.
That's not. There's no judgment. I'm just affirming that what I'm hearing is that our one piece of help in this entire endeavor is an old man. Elf?
Don't let Jeffrey's looks fool you. He is very capable in a scrap. But to that end, Rev, you're very quiet. I can't quite hear. It's like you've got the doors shut, like a mute button or something.
Yeah. What time is this conversation taking place?
This is probably right around 10.
Okay.
Yeah.
If this is right around when Rev is awake and she's coming into the tail end of hearing about Jeffrey, that she just walk in, kind of just like stretching, and just be like, "Yeah, he's a dragon."
Who told you that?
Sorry, Jeffrey?
Okay.
The old guy?
Yeah, old guy. He's like, didn't. Yeah, he's. You never heard this from me because he could literally kick my ass.
He's a dragon. He could eat you.
He's yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's your backup, and
Right.
you're welcome.
Well, so now I'm just wondering why Jeffrey can't do it alone?
Because it's more fun for me this way, and because you need it.
Also, because he's a dragon, and if
There's
he's
also that.
up in the middle of the circus, it's a little obvious.
It's a big deal.
Sometimes one needs a pair of tweezers instead of a detonated weapon.
Here, you have coffee, right?
Of course we got coffee. Hey, come here, hon. Sit down. And Mage hands you like a big cup of coffee. Mage hand then pulls over like cream, sugar, whatever you need.
She pours so much cream in it, it looks like milk with a hint of coffee, and then pours about the same amount of sugar in.
That's okay. I know last night I said calories are good, but I do think we should revisit your sugar intake at some point.
Thank you, Azad. I really appreciate that.
I guess I didn't realize that it was a consistent theme. I thought it was more of a one-time thing, and now I am realizing that this might actually be a problem.
Please at least
I
eat
don't like the taste of coffee, but I like the caffeine.
Please at least eat some fruit with your breakfast. I beg of you. Got cantaloupe.
She'll like reach out
Honeydew,
and grab
strawberries.
a handful of blueberries and just like.
It's better than nothing. Okay, so full disclosure. So Jeffrey's your fuck it button, right? Things go totally sideways and get absolutely screwed. He's your guy. But please, we've spent a lot of time working on this cover. He and I have been working together for a long, long time. We would really like to be able to continue to work together. So it would be wonderful of you if you could ensure that he doesn't have to get involved. To that end, because I know that this could be potentially a little bit, it could get a little hairy depending on what's going on. To that end, I do have this meeting later this afternoon. I am going to be meeting with some other folks who I think they're also quite capable, much like yourselves. It's actually a group of tree fellas. You'll meet them at some point. I think they're great. I think you guys will actually get along quite well. Actually, if I recall correctly, Patchwork, you, I think, have met one of them. Do you remember a tall fella, big ears? Name of Bill?
Billiam,
Yeah, you know him.
a superior specimen.
The most superior.
We
That's
recall.
Softest ears.
My God, does Patchwork have a thing for Bill?
Patrick have a crush on Bill.
Softest ears on the continent. I assume. I've never touched them. That felt like a weird thing, you know. It's like when you see somebody who's got hair that's like really different from yours and you want to touch it, you don't because it's fucking inappropriate. Yeah. But boy, do I want to touch those ears. They look so soft. But yeah, so Billiam. That's the guy. Yeah. Billiam and what's his buddy's name? The little lizard fella. Do you remember him? Oh shit. It's I'll think of it. Anyhow, I'm gonna have a meeting. I'm gonna sit down with them. I got a similar offer, and I would like for maybe the 6 of you to meet one another, network properly. Adversity, trauma bond. I really hope that this is not a trauma bonding experience for you. I'm really hoping that it's a successful one and you can all sort of bask in your victory. But hey, you never know. I want to introduce you to a couple of other folks. So it's Bill, it's Alistair. You can't miss him. Fanciest bugbear you'll ever meet your entire life. And a little guy named Corey. It's a little lizard fella, little kobold kid detective. He's great. What a hell of a sense of humor. I found him and Bill working together. They did a couple of smaller jobs for me, found a couple things that I needed. They're great guys. I think you guys will all get along. But the point being, you won't be going to this alone. I do just kind of want to have like 2 separate teams. So if things go south, the other one is sort of on the fringes and you can all work together. Patchwork, you'll know Billiam when you see him. So I assume it'll be fine. Do your best, unless things get really fucked, to pretend like you don't.
Why would you tell us they're going then?
Because I want you to know that you have backup.
We have Jeffrey.
Yes, but I really don't want you to have to talk to Jeffrey. I would prefer that if things go a little bit wonky, you can talk to these guys, and if things go really wonky, you talk to Jeffrey. If I talk to, I do probably mean just like scream, "Fuck, help, I'm dying, Jeffrey, please save me."
Well,
That's the safe word. If your things go really bad, just yell, "Jeffrey, I'm dying, please help me." He'll come get you.
It's a really long safe word.
I am every moment of this breakfast rethinking my life decisions that have led me to this situation.
You should get Jeffrey sunglasses. Or contacts. Do contacts exist? I should invent contacts.
You should. What is a contact? What is this? It's when you
Sunglasses.
like make
Glasses.
Okay.
Sunglasses.
Sunglasses. I understand that. Yeah, I got a couple pairs.
Yeah.
What are contacts? Is it smaller, bigger?
Smaller. I'll invent it and then bring some by.
I'm curious. Yeah, when you get the idea.
Yeah.
We'll take it to if it's hey, look.
Especially if you're trying to hide him, you should get him some sunglasses.
Okay, I'll get on that. Hey, look, if the contacts thing works out, we'll take you to the patent office. Make sure you get it before anybody else sees that shit. Because if it's good, and I know your shit, Rev, your shit's good. Yeah, I'm sure somebody will try to steal that. Okay, wonderful. Is there anything else that you would like from me before you? Oh, actually, before you go, Rev, here, it's another sending stone. Please do not lose this one.
I didn't lose the other ones they're in. My apartment somewhere.
misplace, whatever.
I'll find them
Azad.
if I clean up.
Here you go. Patchwork. Would it be better if we attached it? No, here you go. I'll just give it to you. I don't want to... If you want, you can have Rev tinker with that, but...
Yeah, we'll tuck it in our pocket.
Patchwork takes the sending stone and just holds it pressed just slightly above the dulcimer, and you sort of see like the pieces of Patchwork like slowly like integrate it, sort of like grasping it and fusing it on.
Ooh.
I'm not doing that.
That was some freaky shit.
They
It's
do
going in
that.
my
I like it.
normal.
That's cool. That's a neat trick.
And I think in this moment, Azad in her head is going, yeah, they really don't fucking need me, do they? They are so very capable. This is fine.
Patchwork touches the sending stone in a way to activate it and goes, and now we may communicate. And you hear a tiny little muffled voice from the other stone going, and now we can communicate.
You also, you hear in your head, Patchwork, I've been able to talk to you like this as long as I've known you. You don't need to use a stone if we're in the same room.
Wait, you said that in my head?
Yes. I have mind link. I can
Oh.
communicate telepathically to any creature I can see
Very
within
fun.
10 feet.
Very fun. Can I
Patchwork
communicate back
creature?
this way, or?
Yes. What was that, Ryan?
Is Patchwork a creature?
Oh, yes. As long as they can understand at least one language.
I think Patchwork is technically considered a construct.
Yeah.
Here's what I'll say. Can you make an Arcana check
Sure.
for me?
17.
That was the DC. I will say that over the time that you two have spent together, you have finagled a way to be able to use Mind Link with Patchwork.
Yes.
Because you have spent an inordinate amount of time together in libraries where it's beneficial to be silent.
Yes.
Perfect. So, I kicked my cat on accident. I'm sorry, baby. He just showed up. He's fine. He's okay.
Mother!
He's fine. Mother, why would you?
How could you do this to me?
I didn't realize you were there, Bubba.
I trusted you
I'm
and you-
apologizing to my cat through all of you. He's fine.
I thought you loved me.
So Patchwork does get this telepathic message, which was, what was it again?
It's just, Patchwork, we've been able to do this almost as long as I've known you. You don't need to use a sending stone to contact me, especially if we're in the same room.
Just like, you don't hear anything, and then Patrick goes, well, we are meant to communicate with Master Rousseau and the mechanic.
Yes, but you... Oh, okay. You know what? I'm not going to argue with this. If we're in the same room, we mind link. If we are in different rooms, sending stone works well.
We should also assure that our equipment is functional.
I think it's functional.
Agreed. We tested it.
Okay, I'm done with this conversation. And she kind of shuts off the mind link.
You two done with whatever just happened? You just stared blankly at each other for like 35 seconds.
Oh, no. Patchwork was speaking out loud.
Oh, okay. All right.
So you just heard one side of a conversation just out of Patchwork.
I love
I'm
it.
just like, we tested it.
Great. Well, whatever the fuck just happened. Lovely. What time is it? Okay, we're looking at about 10:45. Okay, so I need to get going. It's a bit of a trek. And I do want to meet with these guys with enough time to hopefully get them back here, so that if you need help, you got the help. Is there anything else you need? Oh, actually, before I forget.
This is like the 5th time he's actually to us.
Hey, look, I'm sorry, all right? Hey, Jeffrey, can you bring in the thing? The box with the... You know what I'm talking about. And seconds later, Jeffrey walks in with a little metal chest, and he opens it up, and inside are 3 potions. They are healing potions. They're just normal, but they are healing potions. In the event that something happens, would really love for you to take these. Patchwork, I'm going to be honest with you. I have no idea if this is going to work on you. But I figure it's at least worth a shot. Maybe
Well, if it does not work on us, we might have an extra one for our comrades in this mission.
That's a fair point. Can never have too much healing potion. I I don't know. I've never been on like a dangerous adventure personally. It's not my thing. I'm the brains and the money. I am not the muscle. Perfect. So hang on to these. Please take them. I'm actually going to go now. That is the last thing I wanted to make sure I gave to the three of you.
Perfect. Thank you.
Azad, please don't forget. Go check the closet upstairs. Take anything you need. Rev, I see that you found the clothes. I'm glad to see that. I'll fix the other ones up. Get them washed. I'll drop them off. I'll have them drop. I'm not going to drop them off. I'll have them dropped off at the place. Patchwork. You're great. That's all I got. I find you immensely entertaining to spend time with, and I hope that we could do this again soon.
You find us entertaining.
I find you very fun to spend time with. You are very different from the normal kind of personalities that I spend time with. And the next time that you come by, I have a vault of things that could probably use some cataloging that I think you might find interesting.
It would behoove us greatly to catalog as many items as possible.
You are vibrating. Is that excitement, happiness, joy?
A glitch.
All right, fair enough. Hey, I don't know how it works. But I will say it does remind me distinctly of excitement. Anyhow, all right, I'm going to go. You three have a great day. I wish you the best of luck. Remember, oh, God, help, I'm dying. Please save me, Jeffrey. Okay? It's delightful.
Thank you.
Or just scream, help me, Jeffrey. I don't know. Whatever you want to do. I'm sure he'll get the idea. With that, I bid you adieu. Have a great day. Arrivederci. And he flies out of the room through like a very small door, kind of high up.
I honestly fully forgot he was a pixie until this moment.
Same.
Yep, it happens. Cool. The three of you are left here. Jeffrey is standing there, kind of looking at you. I mean, he's.
I mean, I guess we should go to the circus.
Yeah, can we? I kind of want to watch it.
I
What
mean,
better way to figure out if they actually have a Drake than to watch it?
I don't actually disagree with that. I think scouting out the area, going in, sort of seeing who's there, who are our main subjects of interest, potentially getting some eyes on if they have a Drake, where they're being kept. Just, a scouting mission to the circus.
Reconnaissance is ideal for clandestine extraction missions.
I just want to see the fire eaters.
That is fair, Rev, but we do need to just keep our eyes on the prize a little bit, We can't get too swept up in.
We could update our logs on aerialists.
We could, or
Little A.
do the thing that we have been asked to do and not get super sidetracked.
Might I suggest getting to the circus as a first course of action?
That's actually just 1 second, and I'm gonna run upstairs, go into the closet, and sort of I told him I'd check it out. I want to go make sure that I don't go back on my word.
While she does that, Rev's gonna walk up to Jeffrey, who she has known for probably 6 years now, at least.
I think Jeffrey is the person
before this latest wife, because she thought he was still single, and just kind of stare into his eyes. How did I not notice that before?
So you figured it out then?
Yeah, didn't take long.
Oh, it just took 6 years.
Again, how did I not notice that before?
Typically I have an enchantment over my eyes. I must have forgot. Did you figure this out last night?
Yeah. Sunglasses, dude.
Smart.
Yeah.
That's why we keep you around, Rev.
Does he sound less old suddenly?
It would be nice to have something smaller that...
I'm working on it.
Really?
Yeah.
You're the best, kiddo.
He's actively getting younger.
He like straightens back up again. Shall we
At
Are you
this
coming
point,
to the circus?
depart to the circus?
Oh, awesome! You're paying for popcorn.
I assumed that came with the territory.
Awesome.
Well, I suppose we should wait for Azad, but
at
please.
this point, she comes sort of like running down the stairs, like, all right, okay, I'm ready. And she's wearing it. Honestly, to most of you, looks pretty identical to what she was wearing last night, except for without so many accessories. Less belt, not so many little accents of color on the sleeves, but very much functionally the same outfit. Not the same outfit, but like same looking outfit, which is very different to her from the outfit she was wearing last night.
Understated and elegant.
Thank you.
Lovely.
This is one of my favorite pieces. I don't know where he found it. I've only ever seen it at this one bazaar in Acadia, actually, in the main city. And it's just, I'm so surprised. It's been years since I've seen anything like this, actually. It's just,
As you say that, Jeffrey grins at you, and the teeth are like a little bit pointy, and the eyes get a little bit reptilian for a moment. And he taps his nose and goes,
I know. Shall we?
We are going to have to make a whole separate log for you, Attendant Jeffrey.
All in due time, Patchwork. There is a cab waiting for us outside.
Let's go to the circus.
Let's go to the fucking circus.
Let's go to the circus.
So, you guys are on sort of the far side of town. So you cross over the bridge and the river. You go through the wharf district, which is packed, just chock full of people of all shape and size. There are like half giant Goliaths, like heavily tattooed with, like not really as much clothing as like the average person around here for a couple of them, because it's a little bit chillier where they typically hail from, and this is very warm weather, so they're like sweating profusely, like loading things. You see Dragonborn coming off of a very large, very fancy looking ship that is Patchwork. You're probably the only person that has seen one of these before. It's not from this continent. And you continue on your way. You go all the way out to the Catreach Gate, and you find yourselves, passing through the like massive archway that is the open gate. Because during the day they're wide open. At night they close down most of them, but they still leave a couple open just because it's pretty safe. There's not typically a whole lot of trouble, and the military and guard presence here is pretty significant because it is such a massive trade hub. What you see as you all come through the gate is this huge tent. You're like 150 feet tall, 300 feet long. The classic, like when you think of like a circus tent, it's that, but just significantly bigger. And around it, sort of different tents of various colors and shapes. The smells of, sort of like the classic like fried dough, but also like other things that smell much more exotic and unfamiliar. You hear singing, you hear music and dancing, you hear children's laughter. You get the sense that today is a packed day here at the circus. And there is a pretty significant line to get in, but you're with Jeffrey, and Geo knows people, so you skip the line, you get in. Is there like food in particular that you guys want to eat? I know Rev is probably going to get like fried dough with a mountain of powdered sugar, like a hint of like the tiniest dash of cinnamon, because that makes it fancy or whatever. What about Azad or Patchwork?
I think that Azad is focused on making sure that Patchwork has a good experience at the circus. So I'm very much like, All right. Is there anything that you specifically want to catalog today? We can definitely, hit all the major booths, but I don't know what's in your catalog and what's not. So, let's you're the leader. Show me where you want to go.
Oh, choices. Oh no. What do I do? I'm gonna say Patchwork is probably going to start wandering to like the carnival barker section, where like the hammer is, the chicanery and whatnot, like the sound of the barkers, and just like
Step right up, step right up. 3 strings for 15 copper pieces. 3 strings. Test your strength against the strongest people on earth.
Do
You look strong. You look strong there, little construct. Would you like to take a swing? Or 3?
Do you want to test your strength?
we would find use in calibrating.
I hand the carnival marker the money, and I'm like, hit the thing.
As you go to do that, a hand shoots out unnaturally fast as Jeffrey's like,
No, I insist.
Jesus Christ, Jeffrey, where have you been with us this whole time?
Yes, I've been with you the whole time.
This whole time.
We've all been walking together as a group.
I thought that, okay, that's fine. I thought Patrick and I wandered off together alone, but that's fine too.
Oh, Rev's right over there. I'm keeping
Oh,
tabs
hi,
on all of you.
Rev.
But she hasn't started paying for anything yet. Oh, shoot. What is that? Is that hot chocolate?
No, it's the
blue
blue dragon drink.
It's the blue light up dragon cup.
I haven't seen one of those in so long. Pardon me.
It's like smoking, like dry ice smoking a little bit.
he flips a gold to the barker who's like, oh my gosh. As many swings as you want, ladies. As many, lady and...
Patchwork.
As many swings as you want for the next 15 minutes. I'm going to go. This is more than I usually make in a day, so this is a great deal for me.
I like that we are now manning this booth. The booth vendor.
Hey, look, if kids come by and they want to take a swing, fuck it, whatever. I'm going to be gone for, 5 minutes. I'll be back. And he heads off towards what looks like to be one of the bars, probably. Jeffrey comes over and is like, where did you get that?
That dude right there. That colors.
It's been too long. I'll be right back. Here's 25 gold. Do whatever you need to.
Let's drink the whole rainbow.
Are these alcoholic drinks? I need to know.
They are pretty watered down.
Okay.
Yeah. It's like one of those things where like, oh yeah, they're super strong. All those dragon drinks, they'll fuck you up.
And they won't.
You get the sense of like the enchantment is there to make you feel giddy, but like you're not actually impaired.
We'll share them.
I am so excited. Let us go drink the rainbow.
And the two of you zip
See the
off.
rainbow, drink the rainbow.
Taste the rainbow. Sponsor us. You know who you are. Except don't. Capitalism. Okay, so Rev and Jeffrey plunk themselves down, and like, I imagine that Jeffrey like pulls a couple of like portable stools out from inside his jacket pocket and like sets up essentially a bar for the two of you, and then plunks down like 10 gold, and the person's like, I mean, I'm not gonna argue with that.
The rainbow.
They found the secret all you can drink menu. It's just a lot of gold.
It's just pay more than they could ever possibly imagine charging for that number of drinks. Patchwork and Azad. You two are now effectively have like the run of this booth. There's like 4 different mallets that are different sizes for different people. And there's a couple of different like, things to hit to send the chunk of metal into the bell.
I think I'm gonna hand Patchwork the most patchwork sized of the mallets.
Sure.
And I'm gonna go, all right, you take as many shots at that as your little hard drive CPU. What do you have, Patchwork?
The attendant gave us 15 minutes. I shall calibrate as many strikes as we can in that time.
Great, fantastic. And
Also, I struggle with remembering that Patrick only speaks in we. So if I say I, it's because it's hard. I don't talk like this normally. It's not me like hinting at any secrets or anything. I'm just like, I forget.
So I think that while I obviously keeping an eye on Patchwork, but while Patchwork is just sort of like having at it, we have the run of this booth, and I'm not gonna let that go untaken advantage of.
Sure.
So I imagine that there are like, whether they're sort of like, like booklets or paperwork that like all of the carnival workers get that they can talk about, or not talk about, where they can like see like what the other who the other workers are and who's on shift that day and all that kind of stuff. So I'm going to be sort of peeking around for that information while Patchwork is just beating the shit out of this.
Hell yeah. Go ahead and make an investigation check. And Patchwork, go ahead and make roll some strength checks, or you know what? Actually, make attack rolls for me.
Attack.
13.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Fun.
Add your proficiency. It's hey, you play hammer dulcimer. These are hammers. It's a little bit bigger, but you definitely know how to swing one of these things.
Cool. What should I use to modify that?
I would say if you wanted to use, I mean, you're calibrating this, right? If you wanted to use your intelligence, sort of apply your intelligence to these, as opposed to just being like, I'm going to brute force it and try to think about like the proper arc and letting the hammer do, like having really good technique as opposed to just being brutally strong.
Just like hitting it, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, cool. I rolled a natural 20 plus 3.
Oh my goodness. On your first swing, you set up, you do the calculations. Okay. Easy enough. In a blur of motion that is far faster than you ever anticipated, this hammer is swung fully all the way around and down, and instead of a like ding and then like the like thunk of the piece of metal hitting the bottom again, you hear a sort of like this weird like sort of stifled thunk, and you look up and the metal like weight is just wedged into the bell, and it's lodged in there now, and you see there's a couple of like, it's like a couple gaggles of children who are sort of like walking by, sort of like eyes on this odd looking construct.
This little ball made of mostly metal with an eyeball and some wings,
and they're all like,
and a twig arm. What is happening? What is this beast?
What indeed? And they see this happen, and all of them just like, they're like 9 children just like staring, mouths fully agape, like, oh my god. Like completely awestruck. You have fans now.
I go and I pick the little thing out of the top so that it goes back down in case they want to go again.
It is about 10 feet tall.
I don't do that. I don't do that. I can't do that.
You can try.
I can't. I don't know. No.
Okay.
It's like 2 times as tall as I am.
Patchwork has wings, so
Okay,
Patchwork could likely fly up.
Patchwork can get their own goddamn ball. Okay.
Patchwork flies up and goes, "We must turn down angle of speed," and then like kind of kicks the little ball to like send it back down. We went too far.
Yes, I will say we'll carry that natural 20 through. You got it there. You can get it back out. Easy enough. Which I think is maybe almost more impressive to the kids, that you like both broke it and then fixed it. Like they're just like, who and or what is this creature? This is fascinating. And so
we have 15 minutes if any would like to calibrate.
Just yay! And all the kids like run over and just start like wailing on it. None of them are even remotely successful comparatively. But the enthusiasm is palpable. You might say that with excitement, all of these children are pretty much vibrating. Which I think, Patchwork, you probably notice. Azad.
I rolled a 13.
A 13? It takes you a few minutes. I think also partially because you were distracted by the sudden clamor of like nearly a dozen children descending upon Patchwork very excitedly. And then these like prolific like whoomp, 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 whoomp of hammers and the occasional ow!
I think I just keep like my mother instincts keep kicking in. And I keep just kind of like looking over to make sure no one's hurt, no one has like a scraped knee, you know. So my brain is sort of in two different places while we're doing this.
Yeah, you get the sense also these are like maybe kids whose parents would not have like otherwise been like, yeah, you can do that thing, and because they now have like 15 minutes to just like play it for free, their parents are like, yeah, that little flying thing definitely probably won't hurt you. I'll also be right here, so go for it. You see there's like clusters of parents who are like talking to one another.
Sure.
And, but with a 13, it takes you a couple minutes because you are distracted and, you know, hey, Mama Bear is Mama Bear, right? But you do find a little booklet. It doesn't necessarily have sort of like a who's working and when they're working, but it does give you, you know, like a general layout of where things are supposed to be. It's not like to the tent, but it is very much like this is the food area, these are the games. You know, this is like the main, you know that the main tent is in the middle, right? And everything
It's
is
not
sort of
like
around that.
easy, oh, here's the Drake enclosure, is it?
No.
Okay,
but
just checking.
there is a section that is sort of like sort of labeled like oddities. Which, I mean, you're smart enough that there's no like role necessary at all. Like you can put two and two together. That's probably where it's going to be. It is a relatively small section of the circus, and it is like kind of off to one side. You get the sense like maybe other people don't necessarily want to be that close to this, so it's kind of like, yeah, we'll put that off to one side, and leave it there.
All right, Patchwork. We have somewhere to be. So if you just want to take one or two more swings, I don't want to. You know, this is your 3-minute warning. How's that? I don't want to be too abrupt with changing of activity. I want to make sure that you are able to recalibrate. So 3 minutes, and then we have somewhere to go. Okay.
We are contented with the results we acquired.
Oh, okay. So we're just gonna. All right, cool. Let me just go grab, and I'm gonna sort of trot over to where Reverie and our dragon friend are sitting, and I'm gonna put the little booklet down in front of them and point at the oddities tent and say, "I'm going there. You are more than welcome to join, or you can keep drinking the rainbow, which is also totally fine. I think that Patchwork and I have it under control. But if you do want to come, that is where I'm going."
What color are we on?
Let's find out.
You're gonna roll. Are they drinking it in order? Red, orange, yellow, green, blue. Okay.
In order.
We are on green.
Oh, we're doing pretty good.
Yeah, we're making good time.
Pretty happy.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's 3 left.
We're gonna go to the oddities tent. We'll come back and check on you after. It probably won't take us that long. You finish your 3.
Call us if you need us. It's in.
You call me if you need me. How about that? Just given what's happening here.
I have history.
That is true. How is he looking? Is he looking remotely sloshed?
Just happy as a clam.
Great. Yeah. You know what? I'm not worried.
Not drunk at all, but just very happy. Yeah.
All right. I grab Patchwork's little twig hand. And I'm like, all right, let's go check out some oddities.
You don't want to try one before you go?
I will try one when I come back.
The red is really try the red.
Red is delicious. Strawberry.
I'll take a sip of whatever bread is sitting.
Joe, can she have a red to go?
It's okay. I don't need it. I'm
do.
good. Oh, okay.
It is surprisingly tasty. A little fizzy, a little tart. It's not just like the sweet drink that you were kind of expecting.
Yeah,
it's like actually pretty good. Yeah. I think at this point, like Jeffrey looks at you and is like,
why don't you go ahead? I'll bring more with me. There is a fire dancing tent. It's like, I think, sort of in that direction. It might actually be next to, I think the fire dancing is next to oddities. I am very curious. I'll bring drinks there. Do you three want to go ahead and...
Yes.
I'll meet you in...
And if you
He holds
hear...
up 2. He's like,
I'll meet you in a minute, or, well, 3 or 5.
And as a reminder, if you hear, oh fuck, help, oh god, we're dying, you know what that means, right?
I really hope it doesn't come to that.
I do too, but I'm just checking in that we are on the same page about the safe word, okay?
It would just be unfortunate for this old man to have to do anything, so please don't fuck up.
We're just going to look at some
Jeffrey,
oddities. It's going to be
not
fun.
allowed to drink Biv without me. I want to drink the rainbow with you, so bring them.
Honestly, red's kind of my favorite. I'll just drink a few more reds and I'll wait for you.
Deal.
All right. I'll see you on the other side. Compadre. Kids say that, right? That's a hip thing.
Yeah, sure.
Right?
He's gonna trot off after Azad and Patrick with probably a golden dragon cup because she really liked the yellow.
Yellow's tasty.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. So the 3 of you head off. The sights and sounds of the circus around you, there's like all of your like typical circus games, but then also some like fun arcane ones where it's like, sailing like a smoke ship through like a bunch of smoke rings, and you can like control them with like a little steering wheel, and there are mages that are sort of like keeping these things afloat and alive, and there's like a bunch of little kids that are just like shrieking with joy as they ram their ships into one another as opposed to going through the hoops because kids, like fun shit like that. But as you guys make your way through, you do pass the flame dancer's tent. It's like more of a stage setup, and then you get to the oddities section, which is not. It's not that it's not that it's empty, but there are definitely fewer people here. You hear weird snarls from a couple of the tents. There's like a grunting noise that sounds like it's coming from something particularly large out of another tent, sort of like a little bit further down on the right. But I would love if you could all make perception checks.
Jesus, I'm not rolling well at all today.
Natural 20.
Oh shit!
I got a 13 again with a +6 in perception.
Oh.
Another critical one. Everything's great. Everything's fine.
Only a 20.
Stuff just makes sounds. Whatever.
There's a lot to see and hear and catalog here. It's probably very distracting.
For cataloging, it's probably a little overwhelmed.
Yeah. With a natural 20, it's less that you're able to like see the contents of all the tents, and more that like there is one person who's sort of like each one of these tents has somebody sort of like out front who's like trying to get you to come in or whatever. There's one tent where the guy just looks a little shifty. There's not really any particular reason to think that. He's dressed more or less the same as the others. But there's something about the fact that he just like keeps like glancing around. Their tent's like a little bit further away from the others. There's just like a weird amount of space. I think the thing that catches your eye the most is that like most of these folks have clearly done their best to look as presentable as possible. This guy still has like mud from traveling on his boots and his cloak. There's a different level of care taken with his aesthetic, and that I think is what sort of like tips you off that this is like something weird about this tent. The other two of you don't pick up on any of that. I think Patchwork, maybe you're distracted by that like loud like grunt / partial roar that you hear like coming from one of the tents. I don't know, Rev, if you want to like let them know or let them follow their curiosity.
So as I see them just kind of like looking around, I'm gonna sucking down my dragon drink. Okay, over there. One at the end.
No, I see. I see.
Patchwork. I'm gonna like rotate Patchwork. That left. Your other one.
I wonder if one of us. Do you mind if I go in by myself? I don't want to draw attention to us. And if the Drake is in there, I can communicate with it.
I mean, sure, but are you gonna do that staring thing you did this morning?
I can't really do it without looking at. I mean, it's a carnival. You're supposed to stare at the thing that you're going in to see, right? Isn't that? It's how carnivals work.
What if he knows? You want me to distract him?
Sure, Rev. If you want to distract him, I think that's a great idea.
Just...
Okay. Yes, Rev, you are on team distract. I am on team talk to Drake.
And which team is Patchwork on?
Catalog.
Patchwork is on team catalog. Look for clues, Patchwork.
Affirmative, mistress.
Oh, great.
And
Fantastic.
Patrick just starts looking at everything.
Patrick's gonna go. I'm gonna come out of there, and Patrick's gonna be like, "So this person is having an affair with this person." All the tea for the carnival.
Oh boy.
I wasn't clear enough with my. It's fine. So yeah, I think I would probably walk up to the guy standing outside the tent and just sort of be like, "What? So what's your deal? What do we have going on in here? I'm curious."
I'm glad you asked. What we have in here is a very rare form of dragon. Now,
Dragon?
yeah, very hard to find. Are you familiar with the Abyss?
Am I familiar with the Abyss?
Yes, the abyssal plane is.
Oh,
yeah.
I mean, sure. Yeah, I think most people are familiar with the abyssal plane.
Well, this dragon happens to hail from the abyssal plane. It was very hard to get it here, and I think you'll find it's worth the price.
What's the price?
3 gold.
Sure. I pull out 3 gold and just hand it to him because, again, she is basically made of money at this point.
Genuinely seems surprised that you said yes. Make an insight check while you're talking to him.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, God. Okay. Oh! 20, dirty.
Dirty 20? Yeah, let me make a... Yep, that's a 3. Okay. You get the sense that... I mean, you've seen the prices for everything else, right? It's like a few copper or some silver or whatever. 3 gold is an outrageous amount of money to ask to get into this tent. And you get the sense that, like, it's meant to dissuade people. And that they're... Like, the point of them being here isn't for people to come see this thing. The point is something else. What that may be.
Yeah, okay.
You're not sure, but definitely he's like taken over. Like, oh. Well then, please follow me. And he sort of like pushes the tent flap open into a rather dimly lit tent. Would you like to go inside?
I absolutely am going inside.
Right.
And I kind of cast a look over my shoulder back at Rev, like, you know what to do.
I've been kind of moseying around the tents, and as I see her go inside, I'll walk up to her and be like, "What's up?"
Jeez.
Are you speaking to me? I guess. Yeah, I guess there's no one else here. Hello.
Hi.
Are you? Can I help? Are you?
Why are you so far away from everybody else?
Because our attraction comes from the abyss.
So I don't know if you want to fully roleplay all of this out, but
This is essentially what happens for like several minutes.
I will say,
we're really gonna pull she's gonna question why he drags his S out like that. She's gonna question why his boots are dirty. And I don't know if we want to do that.
It's really like
boy.
a 3-year-old child. How
Yes.
old are you? How old are you? What time is it? Where are we going? Are we there yet?
We can do it, but I don't know if you want to.
No. I think the incessant line of questions from like a relatively drunk patron is like not a thing that they are unfamiliar with.
Yeah.
And he is sufficiently sort of like caught up in the conversation to not pay super close attention. Azad.
Yeah.
Or actually, well, Patchwork, are you going with? Or are you hanging outside? What is your plan as well?
We are told to search for clues, so we start searching the area for like a drake scale, something, any sign that a drake might exist here. And as they sort of wander the area not too far from the oddities, they do see a juggler. And they start cataloging the juggler, and like their little hands start moving while watching the juggler.
Oh. That's so cute.
I think after a couple of minutes, because initially the juggler doesn't realize that you're there, but after a couple of minutes, this half orc in like bright colored clothing and wearing sort of like a like swoopy hat who's been juggling, it takes notice of you and grins and says, "Well, you think pretty good, right?"
You successfully keep the balls from falling down.
Thank you, I guess. I noticed you were kind of pantomiming along. Do you want to learn? I can teach you.
Someone tried to teach us once. We would love to finish the lesson.
I would be happy to finish it with you. Come here.
And I would love. Could you just make an intelligence check for me, please?
Yeah, gladly.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's gonna be
with advantage. Sorry, with advantage. You do have somebody whose job is literally to teach.
That's okay. I rolled a 19 plus 3.
Ooh. Oh my, 22. I think that you. I assume that you don't. Correct me if I'm wrong. I assume you don't necessarily ask this half orc his name, because there is a thing now that is happening, which is, you're involved. There's talking and sort of joking around and whatever else. I think he's like definitely like trying to figure you out, and so like this is kind of a mutual thing of like, I'm curious. I've never seen something like you before, and I'm happy to teach you how to juggle very simply, in order to like have an opportunity to like find out who you are a little bit. So you guys start with silks. He pulls out some silks, and the two of you start just casting the silks up and getting used to the rhythm of it and the motion. But you're a quick learner, so you guys are cruising and probably on to like juggling, maybe not perfectly, but juggling 3 balls by the end of 20 minutes or so. He seems pretty impressed.
That's you had a good teacher before.
We did.
You keep saying we. Can I? Because it is. Forgive my curiosity. I'm sorry. I perceive just one of you, so I'm a little bit curious as to why you keep saying we.
Oh, we are of Mechanus.
I'm not familiar. Is that on the other continent? Where is that?
It is lost to us now.
Forever?
Most likely.
You know, I know a little bit about that myself. I'm sorry.
You did not disconnect us from Mechanist. You do not need to apologize.
Yeah, no, I mean, I understand that, but not being able to go back to the place that you grew up, that can get to you.
Patchwork reaches out the twig arm, not really understanding why it's happening, and just kind of like touches the orc, this half orc, and just goes, "There is much to catalog here." Pat, pat.
I guess there is. Hey, hang on to the silks. And if there's someone or something keeping you from going back, don't let them. Unless you don't want to go back, in which case, fuck all that.
May we have your designation for our catalog?
Like my name?
Affirmative.
Yeah, you can. Like my real name or my nickname?
The one that best suits your definition.
That'd be my nickname. Wolf.
Wolf.
And your name? Your designation?
Patchwork. And like Patchwork like flips the 3 silks like into the air and then like catches them in a bag.
Patchwork, it has been a pleasure spending time with you this afternoon.
And he holds out his hand.
And Patchwork takes the hand in the twig hand.
Ooh, I'll be gentle. Sorry.
And he very gently shakes your hand.
We thank you for finishing our lesson.
Thanks for joining me. It's been nice talking to somebody who shares a little common ground.
And with that, we move over to Azad. Hey, so you step into a dark
What is
tent.
wrong with you?
So Azad, you step into a fairly dimly lit tent. There's it's a little bit smoky, a little hazy in here. There's like a chandelier hanging from the sort of the central. It's more of a yurt than it is like a circus tent, and it looks like they've kind of just put some like colorful stuff haphazardly on the outside to like kind of make it look like a circus tent, but you get the sense that this is not what it's originally meant for. I guess first things first, when you get in there, I would love if you could make me a perception check.
I've been not rolling well tonight, so let's see.
That's okay.
18.
18?
Yeah.
All right. The first thing you notice is there are a couple of other figures in here. There's 2 sort of sitting at a table off to one side. Looks like they're playing cards. And then there's a much taller figure on the right-hand side, kind of like hunched over a little bit to fit his head underneath, or its head underneath the ceiling. But more interestingly, what you see further back is a cage that has bars that are not made out of anything like truly corporeal. It's like there you see like these bars of magic that are sort of enclosed this this small-ish sort of dark. It's hard to tell the exact color at this moment because it's sort of dim in here, but you can tell that it's like a pretty dark colored like dragon. It's maybe like 12-ish feet long. It doesn't have wings, which strikes you as being slightly interesting. But that's all. That's what you see as you walk in. Is there anything that you are trying to do specifically?
I'm gonna sort of make my way to. You said the cage is in the back of the room.
Mhm.
I'm gonna make my way across the room to the back, and I'm just gonna sort of take a seat on. I don't know if there are benches or just the ground in front of the cage, and look at this creature. And I'm gonna mind link with it, and I'm just gonna go, "Hi."
As you attempt to mind link with it, you feel the magic rebuffed.
Oh fuck!
Yeah. Not by. I'll say you are a magical enough person that this is easy enough for you to figure out. It's not by the caged dragon itself. You get the sense that the spell or the ability that thought never reached it in the first place. It was stopped before it got there.
Oh. Then I say, "Hi," because I want to see if that will get a reaction from it. I know that the mind link didn't work, but if I verbally say something, will it respond?
So two things happen as you say this. One is that it sort of turns its head and blinks its eyes at you curiously, and just like a little tiny puff of smoke comes out of its nostrils. At the same time, that very large figure that was standing off the side comes over and goes, "Excuse me. Please don't talk to the animal. Thanks.
Why not?
It's dangerous.
It's dangerous to talk?
It's dangerous.
Why?
I don't know. It's dangerous."
You don't know? Sorry, how long have you worked in this enclosure?
A while.
And what do you know about, and I kind of gesture over my shoulder to the drake in the cage.
It's dangerous.
So you just accept that it's dangerous and therefore we can't talk to it despite spending most of your days in this enclosure with it?
That's a lot of words. You should talk to Mao. And he points over at one of the figures sitting at the table. What's your passive perception, Katie?
Passive perception.
Oh wait,
is
I can find that
16.
out. 16. Yeah, I will say even without having to roll for it, you notice that like when you came in, they were playing cards. They're still sitting there, but no cards have been exchanged. No additional like they're just watching you. And as this, you are able to figure out what it is. You're talking to a bugbear. The one of the two figures at the table stands up and walks over. The first thing you notice is that their ears are slightly pointy. And next, that they have unusually pale skin and very dark eyes and dark hair. And he walks up to you and he says, "Can I help you?"
I don't know. I don't understand why I can't say hello to an animal. I can say hello to any other animal at the circus.
Yeah, there's no speaking to the animal here. That's it's against the rules.
But why? No one's explaining to me why these rules are in place.
You don't have to know the rules and why they exist. You just have to follow them. Are you here to look?
I mean, I saw a tent. I paid 3 gold. I came inside.
So out of all the tents around here, you chose this one?
I like oddities.
How much do you like oddities?
Quite a lot, actually. What's really going on here?
Do I hear any of this?
Go ahead and make a perception check.
My passive is 16.
Okay. I would say with a 16, don't even make a perception check. You can. They're not. I mean, they're not like trying to be particularly sneaky. I think you running sort of distraction on the guy in front are probably paying pretty close attention to what's going on, anyways.
It only takes like half my brain to do.
Yeah.
Why are your boots so dirty?
Because they are. I don't know. They're traveling. We're in a traveling circus. That's like a normal thing for us.
But his boots aren't muddy.
Well, he's a little more fastidious. I don't know. You ask a lot of weird questions. Why do you ask weird questions?
I think I say to him, listen, I'm not here to make life harder for you. I'm not here with authorities. I'm just an interested consumer.
Yeah, so if I realize that this conversation is going a little more serious, and like someone might comment on, hey, this chick is bringing up the authorities to a boss in the future, and remember her brain. I think I would, I'm going to dial up the like distraction a tiny bit. And it goes from just like stupid questions to like really terrible flirting because like, and she's also trying to like shift him so he can't possibly hear what's going on.
Yeah.
While like looking around for patchwork.
Okay. Are you trying to flirt intentionally badly, or are you just bad at flirting?
Yes.
Okay. Please roll a performance check with disadvantage.
Yeah. I was gonna give myself disadvantage.
For what it's worth, a good roll is not necessarily the outcome you're looking for. So, you know.
Okay. 14, 19.
14 and 19?
I rolled a 14 for a 19.
Oh, that was the lower?
That was the lower.
Oh, no.
I rolled a 19 and a 14.
Oh, no. Oh, he fully thinks you're actually flirting with him. He's like kind of into it. He's like, oh,
you don't say. Well, tell me more. Where are you from? What's your deal? Are you doing anything later? Like, what's...
Yeah, I'm drinking the rainbow.
Oh.
With my grandpa.
Oh, you brought you know, it's difficult to meet a woman who is still like close with her family these days. It seems like people are just kind of rent asunder and kind of cast to the winds. And I'm a bit of a family guy myself. And as this is happening, we're going to come back inside. So
my goal is just to shift him far enough away that he can't hear what's going on inside.
Yeah, I think that you are able to do that very easily. Like as you like take a step back, he's definitely like a little bit into it, and he's like taking a step forward. He's like kind of a puppy at this point. Like you've got him in the palm of your hand. Yeah.
Is Rev gonna have a circus boo from here on out?
Maybe. Who knows? Patchwork. I think you're probably getting close to the end of your conversation with Wolf at this point. So we'll check in a second, but I just want to like give you an idea sort of timeline wise where we're at with like your conversation and thing.
Also, to be clear, I have been around enough of Rex's underbelly, underhanded dealing bullshit that I am kind of trying to lean into that persona in the hopes that it seems to them like I might also have some interest in like nefarious things.
Sure.
So that's what the intention is for me in this moment.
Can you make me a performance check to put this like version of yourself on?
Yeah, I'm great at those. 11.
11?
Yeah.
He kind of like looks you up and down,
Now with the authorities, huh? Okay, look, I tell you what. Come back tonight after everything closes down. Say, 9 p.m. Give or take.
Insight immediately. Is this a trap or is this a nat 20 plus 6?
Nat 20?
26.
Here we're gonna make a deception check for him. That's a natural 1. Hey, when you know, you know. It's not necessarily a trap, but he is very much looking to have you come back when, if things go south, there are many fewer witnesses around.
Okay. But
Yeah.
it seems like he believes that I might have some genuine interest in...
If you were willing to pay 3 gold to walk into this tent, maybe.
Okay.
I will also say on a natural 20, and he's got a 1 that he's not the bright. Like, none of the, based on your quick glance around and your interactions, none of these guys are the brains of the operation.
Sure.
Also, looking at their attire, none of these people, like somebody who is a powerful enough magic user to do whatever the fuck is going on in the back of this tent.
Sure.
If you are that powerful, you don't dress like these guys dress.
Okay.
Or like they just like it'd be so beneath you that it would be like it wouldn't make any sense, right? You go for something like a little bit more like showy, and also like maybe you'd want to be like the face of things, and it gives it a much more legitimate air.
Right.
Yeah.
9 p.m. Here.
Yeah.
All right. It's a date.
No, it's not. It's a conversation. But I'll see you then.
All right, I'll see you then.
I think this kind of goes without saying, but just to be sure, come alone. If you are who you say you are.
I wouldn't have had it any other way.
Lovely.
I leave, yeah.
All right.
mean, I would like to sort of like survey the room one last time to see if I can't pick up any additional information. Oh, no, that's not true. That's not true.
Oh.
That's not true.
Oh.
I lied. I
Oh.
lied.
Uh-oh.
I sort of say
You also got a natural 1.
No. I
Okay.
say to him, I'm like, can I have just one more moment to sit in silence and look at the creature? I won't talk to it, I promise.
As long as you're not talking to it, I'm fine with that.
Great. I sit in front of it with my back to them, and I cast Detect Magic, and I want to understand what the fuck is going on with this cage.
Sure. Make a sleight of hand check for me.
14.
14? Oof. As you start to move your hands even just a little tiny bit, it's like, hey. None of that.
Fair enough.
Just sit.
Just sitting.
No funny business.
No funny business.
And you see he like looks over at the bugbear and gestures, and the bugbear moves to a point where you can no longer hide your movements.
Great.
No funny business.
No funny. I heard it when he said it, but thank you so much for repeating it.
You're welcome.
So I think after maybe like 2 or 3 minutes of and again, I do want to sort of like look at the drake and see if just through my naked eye, if there's anything that I can pick up about what is going on. So I guess I would do a perception check. Is that?
Sure. I'll allow it.
14 again.
14? You would need to spend some time like actually poking around this thing. You get the sense like Detect Magic probably would have gotten you some really good information.
Fuck.
You're gonna have to figure some way to come back, or like something later on in order to make that time that you're gonna need happen. But as you're sitting there finishing that sort of like assessment of the situation, Patchwork, you I guess presumably wander back over. I don't know. I mean, you're also welcome to like keep juggling with Wolf if you want to.
I would say we just keep juggling
Yeah?
with Wolf. Like we're not talking anymore. We're just sort of like our emotional bond has reached the zenith of it's just like no words, just juggling.
I will say, without you having to make any rolls, because you've been around an emotionally distressed person for like a pretty decent chunk of the last, few months. How long? Few months? How long have you guys been together again? 6 months. 6 months. You know a person who's hurting when you see one. Whether or not you identify it as that, or maybe perhaps you identify it as them having some sort of glitch of their own, if that's like how you choose to word it. And you, I think, are able to sort of, in the moment, be like, you know what? If I stay here and I juggle with this half orc, it will improve his life. It'll, at the very least, his day. But you get the sense that like the companionship is something that will mean a lot to him. So the two of you just juggle. Hell yeah.
No words, just Fushigi.
Love it. All right. So I guess, Rev, you have to at some point extricate yourself from what is probably for you getting a progressively more awkward. And Azad,
how to do it.
I know you're like, oh shit, I did it. Oh, what do I do?
Okay, I've distracted him enough and moved him far enough that he probably can't hear what's going on in there.
Correct.
Can I still hear what's going on in here?
You can. I would say that you are able to hear. You're able to hear that conversation about like come back at 9. You are. You hear that like, hey, no funny business. Like you're like, okay, there's like a definite like rise in tension for a moment, and then. Sort of silence for a second. I guess you hear the bugbear say, like, "You're welcome."
My goal is going to be to get myself an invitation for 9 p.m.
Ah.
Yeah.
So hey, are you doing anything later? Are you from here, right? You're not. You're not. I haven't seen you at the carnival, so I have to assume.
am from here. I've never been anywhere but.
You've never been anywhere else.
Nope. So after I drink the rainbow with my grandpa.
Yeah.
Why don't you tell me about other places?
I would love to. We're gonna have a little bit of an after party of sorts here tonight.
Why? Didn't you just get here?
Well, yeah, but you think we get through this whole work day and then we don't have a little fun ourselves?
You have an after party every night?
Well, yeah.
I want that job.
Have you never had an Oddville? And he holds up a little, looks like a good bear that's been squished into a capsule.
Oh.
It cures hangovers immediately. You just pop it in and it's gone.
You don't have an extra of those, do you? Because this rainbow thing.
Oh, yeah, I've got extras for sure. Of course. And he hands it to you. He fully does not. You don't even know insight check necessarily. He's lying through his teeth. He's like, oh fuck, I'm gonna have to like find one, but like, I don't know if he's talking to me.
Do I hear this? Because if I hear this, I am a little crushed that Rev did not see the pills that I laid out for her this morning, and the water and the protein bar.
I think that you might be in a little bit of a situation to, but
It's
you know what, go
probably
ahead.
better. Honestly, it's probably better that I don't hear because I think I'll be very sad.
Yeah, for the sake of your emotions, I think it's better that you don't hear.
Yeah. Okay. Great.
To
But
be
you
clear, this morning Rev was not hungover, so she pocketed those. So she already has some of these on her. She just wants
She's
more.
just collecting.
She's
Hell
collecting anti-hangover drugs at this point.
you know what? Hang on, I'm gonna do just a quick. Yeah, you've got 4 more in your pocket.
Awesome.
Mark that down.
So
What are these called then? You gave them a name.
Oddville.
Oddville. I like it.
Oudvil.
Oddville. Oddville.
Oddville.
So I've got 6 of them. We'll call it
Yeah,
total.
fuck it.
Because I got a couple off this guy. So yeah, why don't I stop by the after party and you can tell me about places. How's 9? 9? Let's do 9. Great, cool. This has been great.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yep.
Yeah. What's your? I mean, before you go, what's your name?
Yeah. Shit. Ren.
Please make a deception check with disadvantage.
I just like the idea that she fully zoned out.
And it's like, oh, I have to actually answer a question now.
Oh no, did you get a 1?
A 20 and an 18.
Holy shit! Keep
Oh
those
my
dice,
God.
Ryan.
What
Bless
the
those
hell?
dice. Save them. Love them.
One is wedding dice, and one is the set Adrian bought to go with wedding dice.
Oh my God.
Adrian is your D&D good luck.
23 and a 21.
Yeah. I mean, this guy is fully under the impression that you're so taken with his good looks that you fully just lost your ability to speak for a moment, and it's like, yeah, I'm fucking hot shit. Absolutely, she wants to come back. Ren. Ren. My name's Jimmy. It's nice to meet you.
Hi, Jimmy. Cool. Yeah, I left Grandpa with the other.
Yeah,
don't. 9. I'll see you at 9.
I'll see you at 9.
Bye. And
Right
she
here.
runs away and then realizes she left her friends, and so gets out of sight of the oddity tent and just stops outside the door.
I think from there you are able to see Patchwork juggling with a a big fuck off half orc who seems to be having just a great time together. It doesn't appear that they're talking. They're just vibing, just juggling, having a good time.
I think probably sometime around this point is when I would also leave the oddities tent.
You do it in time to see me run away.
I probably just catch the tail end of Rev just
Oh yeah. You fully know that she was caught totally off guard and had to scramble to bring her brain back to being focused on the conversation at hand. Jimmy looks pretty chuffed, rosy cheeked.
I think I give him a little nudge on my way out, and I'm like, cute girl.
You saw, huh?
I think I caught just a little bit of it.
It's my natural charm. She just no one can get her. They just love me.
I'm sure that's exactly what it is.
He does not smell good.
No, he does not.
Nope. You can tell his hair is pulled back and greasy as hell. It looks like he puts he styles his hair by adding oil.
I go, well, I'll be rooting for you too, and I sort of mosey off down in the direction that I saw her sprinting.
Perfect.
Oh my God, amazing.
Well, as you head off and join, and the two of you maybe watch Patchwork and Wolf just juggle for a couple of minutes, you've got some hours to kill.
I'm gonna go back to Jeffrey and put down the now empty golden dragon and be like, we need to drink Biv right now.
You look like you've seen 3 awful ghosts here.
Yep. Dates,
That's
past, present, and future. And she's gonna just down blue all in one.
Oh, that was a double. boy. Oh, Jeffrey, you've done it again.
I'm gonna relay to Jeffrey everything that I saw as well and ask him if he has any more insight into the situation that maybe I just don't have from less years of life.
Yeah.
But give him just like a play-by-play of sort of like, this is how the room was set up. This is sort of, I tried to mind link and something stopped it. There were these weird sort of translucent, hold on, let me try that again. Translucent bars, and that it seemed like the point of this was not for it to be an attraction. The point was something else. And also that I've got an invite back there at 9, and we should probably have a plan if we're going to do that.
That makes sense.
I also have an invitation for 9.
You've got a date, Ren.
Yeah, I heard you set that up and figured we needed you to have backup without it being weird.
Yeah, I would not have chosen that exact person for a date, but to each their own, and I support you and all of your romantic endeavors, and also I think this is fucking hilarious, and I will make it worse if given the opportunity to.
Yeah. Hey, Jeffrey,
Yes.
would you eat? I said, oh God, help. Did you eat a bad date?
Eat?
Fire, breathe, roast alive.
Okay, first and foremost, shh. You've been drinking and you're louder than you think you are. Secondly, I'm not a savage.
Damn it.
I will
His
kill him,
hair's
though.
so greasy, it would
I'll kill
go
him.
up and focus so fast.
I kill him. I just snap his neck. It's fine.
I can do that.
What are you asking me for?
You're just more fun.
Right, so not to derail this, or I guess rerail this conversation,
Please rerail it.
what is the plan? We need a plan. There's only so much that I can do, and it seems like there's some sort of anti-magic defenses. Do you know what they could be?
Me?
But yes, you're
Yes, the guy who's been sitting watching fire dancers for the last hour and a half, drinking these delicious things, knows off the top of his head. No. But I might know someone. Also, I should let you know. I got a call from Gio while you were doing your getting a date. Wink. Very cute, Rev. Very happy to see. Look, you get out of the house one day and you get a date. Not a coincidence.
makes a good point.
Could be a good time. Maybe there's more to what's his name, Jimmy, that meets the eye and the nose. Probably not. I'm kidding.
Flammable.
You could do something about that without my help. I just want to point out there are fire dancers right here. I'm kidding. Don't do anything yet. Wait. Sorry, I got sidetracked. I've had like 23 of these, and they do begin to,
There is a pile of empty empties just next. Like he's just been pounding these things. Great Constitution score. It takes a long time, but eventually it does get to you.
I got a call from Gio earlier. It sounds like the other group is coming in, but they are coming in a little bit later this evening. Perhaps it makes sense to go home, maybe take a cat nap. Could really use one right now. Feel a hangover coming very quickly. And
No, it's fine. And I'll just pull out my handful of Oatville and be like, we don't have to go home. I'm ready.
well, in that case,
And he takes one from you and puts it into his chest pocket. He's like,
let's fucking rage then until 9 p.m., I guess.
and
I'll put the rest back in my pocket and be like, yeah, can I get I and V, please?
Oh, I bought the stall. You don't have to pay for anything. I literally bought it. I want them to stay here. It's delicious. I haven't had one of those in 250 years.
Well, in that case, I want the whole rainbow. Just line it up.
Rev, sweetie, I I love this. I love what you're doing here.
You don't have to go on a date with Jimmy.
No, I don't, but tonight could be dangerous. I don't know that you want to go into a date with a strange man completely intoxicated. Just
when you say that, Jeffrey puts his hand on your shoulder and goes,
Oh, don't worry. I have a thing for that.
Oh.
Not the Oatville.
perfect.
Yes.
Get blitzed, baby. Have a great
We can
time.
all get drunk. We can all get drunk.
And I'll be paying.
We do not need drink.
I'm so sorry.
I'll line up the rainbow and hand Azad at least 2.
Thank you. She sips them so slowly, like the most responsible. Like you're supposed to have a drink in an hour.
Oh,
she
God.
has like, yeah.
what a stick in the mud.
Oh no!
Listen, she just saw a beautiful Drake in captivity with some nefarious shit going on. She is not risking any ounce of clarity right now.
I need some courage for Jimmy because I'm paying attention to you.
Because you're so infatuated, right, Rev?
But I'm still gonna have to fucking talk to him at least.
I mean, does anyone have a minor illusion spell that we could put on Jimmy to make him somewhat more pleasant to look at? Prestidigitation to get rid of the smell?
Smell the oil. It won't matter.
How about Fireball?
I also have that, actually.
Ah, lovely.
So worst case scenario, ignite the grease, but, best case scenario, let's not do that.
That sounds great.
We can cast Prestidigitation.
See, there you go. Patchwork can clean them up a little bit, so you don't throw up immediately upon
Perfect.
entrance.
Rev, you know beyond a shadow of a doubt that there is not enough passing time in the world to get enough prestidigitations off to make that man remotely palatable.
Yeah.
Yep.
My entire goal is to just use him to stay close enough to Azad and her bugbear and co that I can back her up immediately when she needs it to bust through this thing.
So again, this is partially my fault, not to derail. What's the plan? Because right now, you've got a hot date. Super proud of you for that. I have a less hot date. And
as this conversation continues, we will fade to black with Azad being a little too neurotic and honestly kind of bothering Jeffrey that she won't loosen up and have a fucking drink. Patchwork.
No, I don't want to make Jeffrey sad. I love Jeffrey.
Hanging out. I don't know.
Dragon.
I mean, Wolf is still nearby. You could just you could go back over and continue juggling, or bring him a drink. I don't know. That's also an option. Rev, you and Jeffrey just fucking go to Pound Town on these drinks as they just like. I mean, at some point, I think they just like wheeled the whole cart over towards you guys. They're like, yeah, we figured this was easier than like having to run things back and forth. And now that you own it, it is legally yours. Here's the deed, and but I mean, I'm still on the clock. You're paying me now as well. I guess I work for you. I don't really know. And so they accept that. Honestly, it's near the fire dancers. It's good for business. There's more people. People are like, oh, sick. This is right here. It's great. But with that, we will fade to dark as you all spend the next 4 or so hours drinking very watered down but very tasty drinks that are intended to make you feel good. And that is where we'll wrap things up for this session. What you don't see
Oh, fuck off.
is some number of miles away, a very motley crew of characters hops into what looks kind of like a cab, but is like levitating, escorted by a very small, very well-dressed pixie. And as they get in, the doors close. It lifts off into the bright afternoon sunlight, and speeds off into the distance, heading to places well known. And that's it for this week.
Ugh.
thank you all for sticking with us. 4 hours and 35 minutes is fully 35 minutes longer than I was thinking we were going to go. Players, you're level 2. Please level yourselves up and have a wonderful time doing so.
Amazing.
I will say your offline conversations can be your planning and whatnot. We can just do that.
Those 4 drunk hours we have.
Yeah, you got so much time. The requirement will be that you all drink and then make plans. No, I'm kidding. I mean, unless you want to, in which case, go for
I'm
it.
telling you, it was a good time.
Hell yeah. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Let me take a look at our schedule here because we do have some things coming up in the very near future.
We do. Before we go into that, though, what is the schedule for this campaign? What's happening next week? What's happening the week after?
Yes. So next week, I will not be joined by these 3 wonderful and talented individuals. I'll be joined by 3 other wonderful and talented individuals. You have seen a couple of them. One of them might look very familiar from last night's stream. The handsome and talented Zeki will be joining us. The also handsome and talented Omar from A Tale of D20s. And the equally handsome and talented Alex, who is Katie's friend from college, who is coming back for his first campaign in a very long time. And we will be experiencing what the other side of this strange-looking coin has to offer before the following week actually beginning our campaign. The idea being that heading into this, or I guess the week after that will be sort of the first session with the full group, but technically still pre-campaign. The idea being that after that session, everyone's level 3, and then we can begin in earnest.
Yes.
Whether or not they get to level 3 through violence or shenanigans, we shall find out. But tomorrow we have some fun stuff a-brewing. Katie and I will be
We're on ATOD.
Yeah, doing a thing, side quests and side kicks and side
nope,
quests.
that's something else. You're reading our calendar all funky.
Oh,
so
boy.
Tomorrow we are on. I can do this. Don't worry.
Ruh-roh.
Tomorrow we are on A Tale of D20. We will be talking about world building and all that kind of fun stuff with Zeki. After that, we are recording a podcast that is not going to be live or anything like that, so we don't need to announce that right now. And then Thursday,
but it is coming.
It is eventually, yes. But Thursday we have the Chaos Ladies once again, and then Sunday we will be guesting on Advanced Dungeons and Intermediate Dragons, which is Advanced Dungeons on Twitch. Monday we will be doing essentially a short little sort of talk back about this session. As that moves on, it will turn into more of a actually discussing campaign things and BTS moments. I think that this will be a little bit more of a recap, but also there might be some things that we found while we were going through this. I know both Ryan and I, our characters took very different directions than we were expecting them to, so there might be some stuff there. And then Tuesday the boys are back, so that's a full week. That's a whole 7 days.
That's all she wrote.
That's all she wrote. Also, thank you again to Ben Draws Life and OBP Musical Productions and Mercury Dice for providing art, sound, and click clacks.
You are all wonderful individuals,
Yes.
and we are deeply grateful for the things that you've contributed. Thank you.
Rachel, Ryan, where do people go if they want to follow you and the cool shit you do?
You can connect with me via the tubes with the user handle I am Rachel Quirky. I'm here on Twitch, TikTok, Twitter, Instagram, whole deal. And if you want to follow the burgeoning career of the wrestler Charles Stunning, you can follow her at Charles Stunning on Twitter and on Instagram.
She's stunning.
You do want to do that. You
Yeah.
do. It's not an if. You do.
Just, professional wrestler. If you want to just follow them and figure it out. Whatever.
I am here. This is really only place you'll probably find me. In theory, I sometimes use my Twitter, which is @Randerson. And I sometimes use my Instagram, which is @Randerson26. The handle is the one I've been using in chat all night, so feel free to just use that. But I'll be here every Tuesday.
Sweet.
Heck
Anything
yeah.
else you wanted to say, Ben?
My heart rate hasn't dropped below like 140 beats per minute since this started. So thank you all for bearing with me. I felt like I had some rust to kick off, but this has been a lot of fun. You guys are, I mean, these characters are hilarious. So
does anyone have anyone we should raid? Because no one that I follow is currently online. So any suggestions will be happily taken. Nope.
No,
I mean, my friend Born Majestic is live right now.
Oh yeah.
He's a 420 friendly streamer. I don't know what he's up to right now.
That's fine.
we're
420
almost
friendly.
exclusively an 18+ stream. I think it's okay.
Spell it. I want to make sure there's no me messing up the spelling.
No. Yeah. I'll put it in the chat. Wait, not that chat. Wrong chat.
Help! Which chat?
8 million chats.
Which chat am I looking for?
Secret R chat.
Secret R chat. Okay.
think
Okay,
that's
I would not have spelled that like that at all. So I'm glad I asked.
Bord and I used to work for a New York City tour bus company. He used to be a freestyle rapper as part of the performance. So
wow, so cool.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I guess on that note, let's go say hi to Born, and thank you all so much for sticking with us for almost 5 hours.
5 hours.
Our sessions will not normally be this long, just to level set. They will probably be in the closer to the realm of like 3 hours. It's the first one with this group, and it went long. But all right, we will see y'all tomorrow, hopefully over at A Tale of D20s.
Yeah, thank you all for hanging out. Have a wonderful evening. Love you.
Bye.
Ciao.